Hello and welcome back. Thanks very much. This is part 3 of Entmoot Live. You can see the bags appearing underneath my eyes. They are actually getting a bit bad. Welcome. And I know I can see we've got the DCHL team in the building. Welcome back.
Hey,
Harry.
So long. Hello and welcome back to Entmoot Live. So yeah, this is part 3. I guess we're still waiting for Rainier, but I guess we can just crack on and talk about stuff anyway, because I'm not going to just sit in silence.
Of course.
I think we should sit in silence until Rainier arrives.
There you go. A moment of silence now.
because that's what people will want to hear after.
Or what? When he arrives. That would be good. I'm just going to share this into the old Facebook page. Just feel free to share it, guys, into your... do you have, I guess you have like a similar big YouTube, Facebook page over in America that everyone gets involved with, just like the
So we actually basically created our own little. It's kind of like a collection of all the different organizers in America. So we just kind of merged into one Facebook group called the American Strategy Battle Game Alliance. So if you're not on there and you're looking for American players because you are in America, then that is the place to find them, because that's pretty much where everyone is. Unfortunately, the page is very inactive at the moment for the most part because of the whole pandemic. So not really a whole heck of a lot going on for the most part, but it's still. Huh?
I actually have a question. Do you guys have regional pages in the UK, or is it just GBHL Uber alles?
I think there are little pages, but they are very little. So there are, for example, there's groups. There's like a few in Scotland, and like little groups that have mainly focused around cities. And I know there's one, for example, the East Anglia Hobbit community, that sort of thing. So yeah, there are some, but yeah, largely it's the main big one that everyone seems. I guess the UK is small enough that you don't necessarily need to have a huge amount of Facebook pages when one do the job, because it's only like 100 miles from corner to corner and 200 miles up. So yeah, you don't need it in the same way that you guys would do. But yeah, feel free to drop a link into the chat and share it in your community, because it's wee hours here. So as much support as we can get for across the globe would be great to keep the old ball rolling, because I'm awake and I'm staying awake. So it'd be good to have the support there. So yeah, go on. Sorry,
it might be like, we haven't heard from Rainier in a little bit, and it's so weird because he definitely was here a bit ago. I don't know if you want to start and see maybe if he drops in later, or because I kind of would feel bad if everyone's just waiting for us to.
Don't worry, I totally agree. We're live. Let's talk SBG. In fact, we let's just first of all explain a bit about who you guys are, because not everyone will have encountered the podcast, and not everyone will know. Maybe a lot of people have seen us in the video form, because I listen to you in audio. I know lots of people see you from the YouTube channel, but let me know who is the DCHL? What is the DCHL, and what is it?
All right, so basically, the DCHL was my pretty much it's a shameless take of the GBHL, and then I used my own Hobbit League at the time. It was basically created when the game was, kind of in a limbo state. Weren't sure really if it would progress before Middle Earth SBG, and it was kind of the hub for us renewing the energy in a lot of the DC area. And then from there, it just kind of took off into this whole thing of the ASBGA, which is that Facebook page I mentioned. But in order to keep the game going, at least on my end, I had created a YouTube channel. And so for those who don't know, that is the DCHL, DC Hobbit League YouTube channel. And that channel, I haven't posted a lot before the podcast that Harry mentioned. I took a long break from it just because life and everything about it. And luckily, Steve Crow, Harry, Lackland, everyone, you have plenty of YouTube channels now and SBG content, so it's awesome. But I got, someone asked me to renew the channel just with a podcast, and then put it on Spotify and iTunes. It was actually Tim. So if you see our podcast, it's Tim on the channel. And I mean, on there we have a segment called The Duel, which I'm sure Harry will explain later. But that's realistically what it was. I was just like looking for a way to have almost no editing, where it could take up a lot of my time. And I'm like, all right, a podcast works. We'll go ahead. So I should almost start it with, here's some more content you didn't subscribe to, all my subscribers. But I was just like, so far everyone seems to be enjoying it. So
yeah, I love it. Because I encountered your videos way back when you used to do the I think it was, I can't remember what you called them. It was like a video army, starting army and in 500 points, and then the build, buy it. I can't remember what you called it. It was a good name for it though.
Yeah, I did the Light in the Dark, which is like my question and answer general topics, and then I did the how to play, how to buy.
That's it. How to play, buy, yeah.
That was easily my most popular segment, where I told you how do you play this army, kind of an overview, but I tried to go as in depth as possible in 20 minutes, and then told you how to buy it for under $100, which over time will be less and less possible, but hey, at the time it's still a good dream.
And you so the podcast you mentioned already, Tim, and we've talked about Rainier not being here yet, but and there's also Mick and a couple of other people, including Matt, who's there, and also some guest stars. So Matt, how did you get into the hobby, and how did you get involved in the podcast as well?
Well, so how I got into the hobby, I guess, was I was a long time historical wargamer, and eventually I had a son who I thought, gee, it would be great if I could get my son doing this too, and then I would feel slightly less guilty about running away for weekends to go to conventions and tournaments, and never could quite get him interested in the historical side of it. He loved the Lord of the Rings movies, and one day I was like, I wonder if anybody ever made a war game out of this. And did some Google searches, and first found actually War of the Ring and played around with that for a little bit. And then we went on a trip to Scotland right about the time when the Hobbit SBG was coming out. Saw that in the store, bought it, put it in the hands of my son, and there was no turning back for him. And then we're going down to one of my historical tournaments when I happened to notice in the back of the tournament pack was this guy named Devin Moreno, who was for the first time running a Lord of the Rings tournament at this historical miniatures convention called Historicon that I'd gone to every year since I was about 12, and got in touch with him, ran into him while he was down there, and it was the start of a great friendship.
Yeah, actually, it's kind of cool. Now I'm like always in touch with Matt, like in all things Lord of the Rings. It's like great. So
and I love the idea that it's been born out of a desire to bring your son along, but also I suppose to get your son involved in one of your passions. That's awesome.
Yeah, no, and I originally started doing it. Hey, this will be something I can kind of play around with. It's fantasy, and I wouldn't take it seriously. And then I started getting to it and go, wow, this is actually really kind of a fun game. And then I stopped doing the historical stuff and just started doing this.
So you completely abandoned that?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. I still dabble with it from time to time, but there's only so much bandwidth that you have for a hobby, and if it's a choice of doing something I can do with my son or something that my son's not going to be interested in, that's a kind of an easy answer.
That's very true. Just before we carry on, we've got a few people who dipping in to say goodbye, basically. Sorry, I may about to be defeated. Nathan has done amazing work, though. He's been in as long as I have. I'm pretty sure you were in earlier on, Nathan. So he started watching at 12 o'clock. I know he's been in and out, so he might have just been on his phone commenting once every so often, but no, I'm pretty sure he's been here the whole time. So thanks very much, Nathan, for sticking around. I'll see you in the morning. Ripon City War Games, that's Will Champion. What up, nerds? It's late. That's our bedtime. I think he might be drinking.
What is it like? I love Will. He's awesome.
He does.
Love you too, Will.
Hinch also says #me too. I think that's in relation to W Devon rather than the media movement. But there you go. And Nathan says he'll drop back in a couple of hours. Rainer in Finland, I believe. It's 5 a.m. here soon. Won't be able to make it either. And I don't know whether Rainer's been up the whole time or
just got up early.
I don't know whether he just got up at 5 a.m. or just what's going on with Rainer. But either way, thanks very much for joining in. So we've got a few people in the building watching. So Devon, tell me about the duel and the DCHL, the Unexpected Podcast. Sorry.
So essentially, the Unexpected Podcast, it was designed to be a competitive podcast. One thing we didn't have a lot of was really a lot of competitive content in general. Most podcasts kind of focus more on the narrative, which is great. We just figured we'd fill that very small niche. Obviously, I would say a majority of Lord of the Rings players are more thematic narrative style players rather than competitive. So it was a very small niche, but we've actually gotten a lot of players who do just want to talk about those aspects of the game. So the duel was a concept we incorporated in it after doing one episode where I was just like, you know what? People often talk about how would you deploy and like kind of set up against an opponent in the beginning of a game, but there's a lot of variables to it. There's terrain, there's the two armies that you're dealing with, there's a scenario itself, like all these different things. So you really can't describe it in a video. Like if I put out a video and said, here's how you do it, it would instantly be useless as soon as you applied it to a game, because it's like there's so many different variables. So we're like, all right, well, let's just go over a bunch of different formats and say what we would do. And then it just became like this regular thing we did on the channel where we kept talking about, all right, let's do it. And we called it the duel. We had 2 players take 2 armies together and show the terrain board and say, hey, this is what we would do. And then to make it interesting and fun, we'd have whoever wasn't playing in the duel judge and vote on who won. So
I love that. And this is, I must say, because I stumbled across it, because I'd subscribed to you for a long time, and you hadn't appeared in the subscribers on YouTube for ages because of that hiatus you took. And then I saw this Unexpected Podcast popping up with like your thumbnails, and I saw Mick with his like sunglasses and stuff like that. And I thought, oh, I'm gonna have to try that at some point. And when I did finally get around to watching it, I love this section. I love it, and you're seeing it come to life, and you're debating about the setups. It's all so cool. But to be honest, I don't sit and watch hour-long hours of YouTube often because I just who has time to do it all the time? And you try and keep up to date with as many different things as you can. But as soon as it became a podcast, I've just torn through them all as audio.
See, Devin. So this is a little inside baseball here. This was me pushing for. Actually, no. Technically, this was my wife through me pushing for the podcast, the podcast version of this. And every once in a while, if it's been a couple days after it's gone up on YouTube, my wife starts to bug me, and then I start to bug Tim to make sure that it gets up on the podcast. So, that's how I was doing.
I listen because most of it is conversation, which is fine. And actually, as long as you're saying, here's the terrain, here's where, you get a general feel. Yeah. And I'm sitting in my car, driving to work, all that sort of stuff. And an hour flies by, so much more when you're talking hobby. So I love it. I really do. I'm on that side here. I'm sure, Devin, you've been converted now.
No, I mean, honestly, I think a podcast. So, I mean, a podcast on a YouTube channel doesn't realistically make any sense because, like, why are you watching 4 faces? But what most people will do is they'll just kind of like leave it up in the background as they paint, whatever. And those who have like, YouTube Red, like I have YouTube Red, so I can actually have it play in the car and just. So I guess I have that weird side, but once it went on Spotify and iTunes, a lot of people were very happy about that. So,
but it's actually something. It's strange because it's something I'd considered. Someone had told me before, for my Entmoot podcast, it's not a bad idea to actually put a podcast, the audio, onto YouTube because people find stuff because they search for SBG, they search for things, and then. In that, you say there's an audio version, and that's kind of how I've discovered yours. So I've talked with the idea for a while, but I can't really be bothered to put the whole audio thing. So I'm working the other way around rather than recording it in video and then doing it. I'm recording everything in audio, so it makes a difference.
And that's the one tempting side of YouTube because it's the second largest search engine in the world. So it's like, most people will find it probably more easily there. But, it works to just be in tandem with each other.
Exactly. And it's also linked to Google. So Google goes, hey, look, something is on YouTube. It's like, funny that, isn't it? I wonder why they'd recommend that. So I've really enjoyed this. So I thought, let's get you guys on and fill some time in the wee hours of the morning with some great SBG content about the duel. And I'm just double checking, what time is it where you are? I think it's 5-6 hours behind?
10 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah.
10 o'clock.
So you're hopefully going to see me through to the wee hours of your time. So there we go. I've got a couple more comments just coming in. Matt's point about bandwidth is excellent. I'm currently playing SBG, Marvel, and X-Wing, and there's definitely not much room left. Yeah, that makes perfect sense for Will. He also says we have been drinking. Nathan says he feels for me. He's been watching 15 hours now. So yeah, I was right. Nathan has been there, and he's been talking for that time. So must be well in need for some Uruk grog. I could do with some Uruk grog. And Ethan says I'm still going. Can't beat seeing all my favourite MESBG content creators in one place. This is amazing. And there we go. Rip and Will's back in. Says YouTube is a universal hub for most people's hobby content. Yes, I think that's true. So I sent you the challenge. I sent you a sort of basically a task, because I think I said 600 points, didn't I?
You did, yes.
You did.
So you guys are going to come up with lists for 600 points, and I gave each of you sort of factions on which to build, around which to build your sort of forces. So, Matt, could you do you want to choose one? I think I gave you both a good and evil each. So let's say Matt first. What is your good force? And then we'll run through the list, and then we'll run through Devon's evil list, and we'll set them up against one another, and we'll show off the board, because I've got the images ready, I believe, somewhere. Yeah.
Before we pitch in, because we're missing Rainier, he's absent without leave right now. I believe he sent the list to you, didn't he, Harry?
Oh yes, he did.
So are you ready to pinch hit?
Yeah. Let me just.
Oh, you're gonna have him do it?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not? That makes more sense. I've got actually, Matt, I've got your lists, but I haven't got Rainier's lists.
He said I think he said he emailed them.
Okay, he might have emailed them to a different email address. Tell you what, you go through yours. Right. I'll dig around in the various different email categories and see if I can find them.
All right, I will fill the dead air. Okay,
yes, do that.
So I was tasked with building a pure no allied Numenor list and a pure no allied Serpent Horde list.
I'm gonna win.
And I'm going to start with the Serpent Horde, because the Numenor list was the one that had me wringing my hands. All right, so I'm going to start with the Serpent Horde. So the leader of this list is, of course, Suladan the Serpent Lord, who's the must include in every Serpent Horde list, and just about every evil list that people seem to be cranking out these days. And he comes with, of course, his armored horse and his bow with poison arrows. Because this, as you might expect, is going to be a shooting list. With him, he has 6 Serpent Guard and 9 Haradrim warriors with bow. The second warband has the Betrayer. This Betrayer is on a horse. I toyed around with the idea of endorsing Mix, put him on a Fell Beast prescription, but the numbers got a little too low for me. So this Betrayer is on horse. He is traveling with 7 Serpent Guard and 8 more Haradrim warrior with bow. And the last warband is a Haradrim King, and he is on a horse. He has a war spear, and with him are 4 Serpent Riders. So that is a list from the Serpent Horde, and I think it clocks in at 7 might and 37 models and 17 bows plus Suladan.
I like the inclusion of the Haradrim King. That's you don't hear about Haradrim Kings off in use often. I remember I did a list with the Haradrim King in the old edition, which I really enjoyed using. But yeah, you don't see it very often. So what's the thinking behind the army generally? How would you see it working in most situations? And then we'll go into the duel once we've heard Devon's.
All right, so this is an army where just about everything in the list has a poisoned weapon, and it has the Betrayer. So the idea here is it's going to do one of two things. It is either going to shoot with its 19 or so poison bows, or it is going to fight in 2 ranks with the bows in front and the guys with spears behind, with the Haradrim King spending his might either to get it to march up close if it decides to march. if, for example, it's playing against somebody that has blinding light or something like that, or sweep around a flank if somebody is coming to the army. And of course, the betrayer's job is just to stand in the middle, occasionally toss off a spell or two, but mostly just to spend a point of will each turn to use his Master of Poison special rules to make sure that you basically it turns every fight into an auto trap, because you end up re-rolling to wound every time. Basically, you're rolling 2 dice instead of 1 die to try and get that one wound.
I don't know whether you can see this very well, but I've got it on the screen. This is the list you've sent me. I've just found it. I haven't found Rainier's, but you probably can't really see it very well because it's zoomed in a funny way.
Yeah.
But I'll zoom in a bit in some way. But that's the first bit. There we go. We're getting a bit closer now. Devon, do you want to run us through your 600 points of good? Just remind me and everyone else what I tasked you with building the good army around. I realised I might have screwed you over slightly because I literally just assigned these randomly. So
you actually tasked me with Rivendell, which does hurt me a little bit. So Rivendell's awesome, excellent faction. I'm used to only running it really at more like 800 points, when I'm very comfortable bringing in some of the harder hitting heroes. Mm-hmm. But more importantly, I ally Rivendell a lot. So not that
no allies.
I know, no allies. So this is actually a little bit of a challenge for me. I tried to originally make the list around thinking around Elladan and Elra here and Glorfindel and the big hitters. And I'm like, you know what? Let me go with more of an elf spam style, because every time I did any of those big heroes, I had 14 guys. So basically, I have Aristor. Okay, mm-hmm. And Aristor is leading 8 high elves. All right, 4 of them have spears, and 2 of them have bows. So the ones with spears, 2 of those have bows with them. Otherwise, they have shields. They all have shields, every single one. And then you have Círdan. Círdan's also leading 8 with the exact same composition. So 4 spears, 2 bows, all with shields. And then you have High Elf with a banner in his warband with a spear. And then there's a High Elf captain with a horse, lance, and a shield. So and a bow. I added a bow last minute, and then he's also leading 8 high elves, same composition, and then 2 Rivendell knights with shields. So essentially, it's 30 models, 9 bows, 5 might. And so the idea behind this list, it's one that I would tinker with and probably play test this a little bit before I actually brought it to a really competitive kind of tournament. But the idea with this is just to max out at 600 points, as many elves as I can get, protect them with Círdan. I only have 1 heroic striker, but I think at 600 points, I'm not extremely worried about that. Aristor is awesome, re-rolling his knives. I mean, he's going in there throwing weapons, plus his close combat, his terror automatically added, which kind of irrelevant with Círdan, but it's there. The High Elf Captain is actually a little bit more of a hitting hero, plus the March. But being Horse Lance, I think 30 High Elves at 600 points is pretty solid, especially considering all of them have shields. Only my ones with bows do not. And then I have a little bit of a cavalry contingent. So
what's in Círdan's warband?
He has 8 High Elves. 4. I'm sorry.
Isn't he a minor hero now?
Oh my gosh, I have a cheating list. No. I'm going to rewrite this as we go right now. Oh, okay. No, this is easy. Almost none of my warbands are filled. So
yeah, no, you get plenty of slots to
slop them around. I'm going to slot them around.
Nice slot.
So, as mentioned, I don't play Rivendell very often. So, yes, that is true. I also am very well known on the channel for teaching you how to cheat.
I like it. And Devon, do you mind just sending me a copy of it, and just so that I can put it up on screen, and either in email or in the Facebook chat.
I have kind of a written out format. I'm going to try.
Oh wow, you're using like pen and paper. Like that is hardcore.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to type this out.
Let's type it into a note or something like that, just so that we can compare and contrast. Just quickly, Will Champion is still in. He says about your Harad list. That is a rock solid list. I would have considered squeezing in a token watcher or 2 to deal with scary stuff, though. But yeah, there you go. High praise indeed from the winner of the Great British Hobbit League last year. So while you're typing that up, I'll get the board up. So you sent me 4 boards that I can use, and so I don't have to take a photo of any boards myself. Because I think you do this, you must do this a lot. So you must have a big archive of boards that are in use. So I need to decide which board to use because I'm only looking from the thumb, and I don't want to unintentionally favour anyone. But actually,
roll a die.
That's a very good point. It's almost as if, in fact, I think I've got a 4-sided die. And
then we've got to roll a scenario too.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, I'll do the. Okay, we'll do the die. So I've got 1, 2, 3. It's the first half of them. So you can hear that roll. That's a 2. So it's either board 1 or 2, and then again. So you're getting board number 2, which is this. So that's a farmstead. Interesting. So you've got some fields, so lots of difficult terrain. I like this actually. Okay, this is interesting. So we've got a whole section of the board there that is.
We typically play the fields are just open ground. That's just decorative over there on the left. So.
Oh, okay. So that's not difficult at all.
Yeah, and there is a stream, however, over on the right that has that pond with the island in the middle of it on the other half of that side.
Right.
And then if you look down on the far side of the board, there's a little farmstead with the walls around it. And then there's a patch of difficult ground just to the left of the farmstead.
Okay, that's really interesting. So there's actually quite a lot to get stuck into there. I'll just take it away for now, so it's not covering us up. I'll put it back on in a second. So let's work out the scenario. So we're looking in the match play guide. So this is a potential of 1 of 18. So we've got the roll of the dice. We get a 6. So that is pool 6, the unique scenario. So either Fog of War, Clash by Moonlight, or Assassination. And we get a number 4, which is Clash by Moonlight. So,
okay.
Clash by Moonlight. Oh, that's interesting for the shooting. Yeah, I was going to say. So, Clash by Moonlight. So, we're talking shooting. We're talking reduced range for the shooting, which I suppose is important. But you get +1 for the wounds.
Yeah.
And it's I'm just trying to find the page so that we know exactly what the deployment setup is. I can't remember. I guess it's 12 inches on. I think, but I can't.
I believe it is.
Yeah, it's 12 inches up. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So, who wants to go first? Let's go with Matt. How would you deploy your army?
We typically would roll because otherwise,
we gotta pick a side here.
Then he would completely alter his deployment based on who's deploying.
True. On a 1, 2, 3. Well, we'll roll to see who gets to deploy first, either good or evil. Evil goes first, so that is Matt. So you choose your side and deploy where you fancy.
All right, so I think what I am going to do is I am going to, the walled the wall on the far side, the little wall, kind of walled enclosure there, is awfully tempting for me. On the other hand, I think I'm gonna take the far side, Devin.
All right, so the far side from away from us on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, perfect. So essentially, I guess in this case, first off, I think there might be a lot of people who don't understand the victory points of this scenario. Not sure we should go into that exactly. How that works.
I would do, but I just can't find the page of the book.
Okay.
So backwards and forwards.
I can solve that problem. Hang on 1 second here.
So essentially, okay. All right. We'll read it from the book.
I'll run through the points while you have a think about it. So victory points here: 1 for causing 1 or more wounds on the enemy leader, and 2 for killing the enemy leader. 3 points for breaking the enemy force, and 5 for breaking the enemy force and being unbroken. 1 point if you have at least 1 hero remaining at the end of the game. And if you have at least 1 hero left and have killed more heroes than your opponent, you instead score 3. And if you have 1 hero remaining and your opponent has none, then you score 5. So this is a hero killing thing. And it's worth noting the special rules: Dark of Night, magical powers or shooting or special abilities can't be used over 12 inches away. And you get +1 to wound. Siege engines can still hit missiles. So that's everything. So Matt, you've chosen your side. So
all right. So my first warband. Okay, so for those who may be doing the YouTube thing where they're not actually looking at the picture here, on the far side of the board here, I've got kind of a scattering of houses, one near the center of the board. I've got kind of a little bit of a walled enclosure over on the left-hand side of the board with some rough ground on the side of it. And then there's a small hill that's over on the right-hand side of the board in my deployment area with a small house on top of it. So I think the first thing that is going to happen...
Oh, you did. Okay, never mind.
I'm just fiddling around with the format so that I can see whether we can see each other around this box.
So I think what's going to happen is I'm going to take the Haradrim King and his Serpent Riders, and they are going to start roughly 12 inches in on the right-hand side of the board as we're viewing it. So around the top of that hill over there, and kind of near the house. And I think the house is a little less than 12 inches in. So they're probably going to deploy just to the right of that house there on that flank. And that's where they're going to start.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we're flip-flopping backwards and forwards.
Yeah. So all right, so just going over an overall thought here. So obviously my list is quite a bit more experimental than Matt's sort of pretty cookie cutter poison list. And so
I see you throwing shade there. All right.
so we actually
cookie cutter, he means tried and true.
Right. So obviously, yeah. So basically, in this kind of scenario, I'm really not going to go in some sort of shooting war with Matt. I'll probably lose that attrition. Well, it's kind of weird because if at 12 inches, actually, probably not, just because of blinding light. But I don't know. In this case, I'm just reorganizing my list here, exactly how it would deploy. So I mean, realistically, I don't think the deployment's going to affect too much. Matt, you said you were going to be on the left side from our perspective, or no? Right
it's the far side.
No, I know. I'm sorry, the far side of the board, but the right side.
My first warband is deployed on the hill on the right-hand side of the board, on the far side. It's up by the hand sanitizer.
Oh, up by the hand sanitizer. Okay, so
this is such a 2020 board. I hadn't noticed that.
Exactly.
So, in this case, and I'm assuming, are you full 12 inches up?
Yeah, I'm going to be full 12 inches.
Okay. So in this case, normally when an opponent, which warband did you? I'm sorry, which one did you deploy?
The Haradrim King and the Kev.
Oh, okay. So this is basically a drop that doesn't mean much. This doesn't give me very much indication whatsoever of where exactly Matt wants to put his entire army. And even if I drop my smallest warband, Kieran, he knows I'm not going to deploy far from it. So realistically, this is a play just to see where I'm going to go, I imagine. So I'll go ahead and just play right into that. Might as well go ahead and drop Aristor. Most likely, I mean, at this point, I'm probably going to move forward and use, I mean, my 6 bows, or I have 9 bows versus you have 17? Is that how many I heard?
I have...
I know it's dark.
I have
I understand that.
17 warriors and then 1 Suladan with a bow.
Okay. So I can't mathematically break that down on the top of my head. Normally I would do that in the middle of a game, but I think I'm going to statistically lose a shooting war. So realistically, I mean, obviously I don't have to worry about when I'm 12 inches up. I'll probably stay in a position where his cav have tremendous disadvantages. So I'm actually going to prefer the right side of the board, assuming that that's not actually a shallow water that's going to affect my infantry. Is that shallow water?
That is indeed shallow water.
That is indeed shallow. Okay.
There is a ford.
Actually, I'm not even sure how much it'll even matter. By the time I get there, you'll be in shooting range, maybe by the time I'm out of it. So I'm not even really sure. It might break up my formation a little bit, but I kind of like all the little trees you have over there and how dense it is. So, so for anyone for elves, we prefer those 2-on-2 fights versus him swarming my army and turning them into 1-on-1 fights. The more I stack dice, the more I win due to higher fight value. So I'm actually kind of comfortable over there. I mean, it kind of turns my army into a mess, but I'll go for it. I'll brave the water for just a couple, like one turn while, we get into shooting range. So I'll be over there on the right-hand side, 12 inches up. We'll go ahead and go with that.
All right. So you're 12 inches up on the right-hand side with Aristor's Warband. Okay. So next drop is going to be Suladan's Warband.
Yeah.
And that is going to be going, so we're back on the far edge of the board here. You can see there's a small house on the top of the hill, and then there's a gap of what I guess is probably about 14 inches or so until you get to the little village enclosure there with a stone wall around it. So basically, right at about where that little house is going to be the start of my line of Suladan's Warband. And what you're going to see is the 9 Harad warriors in front, the 6 Serpent Guard behind, and Suladan kind of tagging around somewhere just behind that line of guys. And that's probably going to stretch, I'd say, maybe a little more than half to 2/3 of the way between those two houses, kind of toward the back edge of the board.
The rest of my deployments can be fairly simple here. I mean, realistically, the objective here is what we said: kill heroes and break and kill the general. Is that realistically all the scenarios?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right. So ultimately, I don't have to worry about being all over the place. Most likely, I'm going to continue to deploy sort of in that little section and go with that. So my next one would be Círdan, probably right behind Aristor with the High Elf banner, near Aristor. So.
All right, and then the last one I have is the Betrayer's Warband, and I'm going to continue the line across so that we have basically a line that goes over to the walled enclosure with a couple guys behind probably that can jump into the walled enclosure, and the Betrayer kind of sitting on the left-hand side of that line where he can duck in and out of, cover behind the village there.
So as far as I'm seeing here, me and you have completely abandoned the left side of this board almost entirely.
That's right, unless you want to put your other warband over it.
Yeah, you know what? Let's be unique and creative. No, I'm kidding. No, go ahead. Well, sticking them all over there, like I said, yes. I mean, for those of us who have seen the board, do I have a 10-inch, kind of bottleneck between that building and the board? I do, but I think by the time I actually get past it, it won't realistically matter. Honestly, I probably prefer to fight Matt there anyway. I mean, lose troops, so he. But yeah, I would just be moving forward at this point. So that's pretty much it. I would place my High F captain and his crew there. I think so. I never mentioned this. There's a general tactic where you position your captains in a way where he can kind of slot in the front, so that way he can call heroic march, affect everyone. You move forward. I don't think that's quite necessary in this situation, mostly because Matt is he can't shoot at me until he hits 12 inches anyway, which would probably be the 2 turns away. Moves up 2, I move up 2. So by that point, I'll be plenty in position to be able to do what I want to do. So,
all right. And I assume you're going to channel Blinding Light on the first turn.
Yeah. So those of you who haven't heard the duel, we actually don't go into a complete play-by-play fictional battle with this. So, realistically, we kind of go maybe a couple theoreticals. We give our debate points on why it is we think we would actually win this match. Obviously, no one can account for dice variance, but we go off of statistical odds and what pretty much the terrain and everything is favoring here. So, yeah, I mean, to go into some of the beginning decisions that Matt would ask me here, essentially the strategy is pretty much, I'm going to in this case, I would channel a Blinding Light. It would be one of Círdan's only might, but I do want him to get onward to casting other spells like R of Dismay and R of... Well, I don't need R of Command quite at this point, but at least just getting it where I don't have to keep casting Blinding Light every single turn. I think that would only really impact 2 rounds of shooting if I continue to move. So there is an argument.
No, actually, it wouldn't.
You don't think so?
Once you channel Blinding Light, I can shoot you from 24 inches away.
Oh yeah, Jesus Christ! I forgot about the nighttime rules. So this is an interesting thing. If I wasn't playing in a tournament where
my very casual question at the beginning of the game,
so I already lost the game. No, it's funny because someone in the
I mean, I only hit you on sixes,
screaming.
but I only hit you on sixes, but now you got to run across the board at me.
Yeah, I actually totally here we are 9:30 at night. I guess we're all exhausted here. But no, it's actually
unfortunately,
10:30.
Unfortunately, the way the rule works, not only do I shoot you now from 24 inches, but for some reason I still get the +1 to wound.
I have to reread that, but I forgot about the whole blinding light, the nighttime. We're at night right now.
Yeah,
you know what? So let's assume that I totally forgot about my nighttime and decided to channel it. So now it's a permanent addition to my spells. And so you know what? I've made mistakes like that and still pulled it off. So
that's right. You can still pull this off.
It's interesting. So just to clarify, both of you have deployed on the right-hand side of the board as we see it, pretty much. So Devin, you're going to be slugging your way through the streams and the rivers and the trees, and there's also going to be a lot of cover. But then again, it doesn't make a difference because we're dark until you get there. Yeah. So, but I'm guessing, Matt, you're going to have quite a hefty block of troops tucked away in that top right corner, because how are you going to bring your numbers to bear on Devin's kind of smaller elite force when there's all that terrain kicking about?
So I think, would you mind putting the map back up?
Yeah, sorry, I just put it back on. Yeah.
All right, so I think what's going to end up happening here, since he's got blinding light up, is,
by the way, I would have not done that in reply. Played the scenario enough not to cast it.
I'm going to be shuffling my bows to the side a little bit, so I can get kind of the maximum shooting that I can kind of around this building. So I'm assuming he's going to be kind of using those buildings and that little cart there to block off as much of my fire as I can.
Yeah, I mean, and within reason. I mean, and I'm not going to totally abandon my formations, but
so I'm going to be. Basically, I'm going to be moving kind of my wall of fire there between those houses, and that's probably going to move somewhat to the left. And then as he shoots and comes around, as he starts to come around, I'm assuming he's going to kind of come around to the right of those houses. And what you're going to see is my line's going to angle and back up a bit, and I'm going to have my flank anchored on that little village with the walls in it. With some archers in there, a few archers in there. It's not that big a place, so I can only stick a few archers in there and then a few spearmen to back up. And the rest of the line is going to kind of stretch between those two houses to anchor the flank of the line. And they're basically going to keep shooting. And my cavalry is going to kind of lurk, I think, roughly about where it is, but it's going to be backing up to kind of stay out of shooting range. And wait to be. I mean, I'm basically going to try and put Devin in a dilemma here, where he's either got to come after my cavalry to the right of the house, in which case he's going to be taking fire from the flank the whole time, and the cavalry, as he gets closer, are just going to run away, or he's going to turn and commit to my line. In which case, I'm going to stand there, let him come in, and have him take on my two ranks of poison guys with the betrayers bonus behind him, and then have the cavalry fall on his flank.
Yeah.
And I think that's the way I'm going to play it. I mean, we can talk through how this would have worked if Devin had not turned on blinding light. But once he turns on blinding light, I know he's coming to me, and I can basically play this as the defensive battle I kind of would have played had this not been Clash by Moonlight.
Yeah, this is an interesting scenario where I obviously removed the one advantage I had in the scenario, which, you usually review a scenario beforehand, so don't make that mistake, guys.
I mean, that is something to. There are a bunch of people who don't know about that particular little trick.
Actually, suggestion is something that does work, especially if your opponent is tired. It's round 6 and whatnot. This is actually a common tactic used by top level players, where they start suggesting like ideas and whatnot, and either to get you to question your motives or moves, or to get you to do a wrong play. So it's a legitimate tactic, and hey, this will be the time. That's the reason I try not to drink during games at like Aracon. so basically, blinding light up. Look here, statistical average on 20 dice, I believe, to roll 6s is you get like 3 of them. It's not a lot.
But I'm re-rolling to wound and getting a +1 each time.
You are re-rolling to wound. It's the hits that I'm
it's the hits.
But yeah, you are re-rolling to wound, needing 6 on most targets. I'm assuming you're going to not choose those targets. You'll probably shoot at my bowman. I'm guessing. So that way, it wouldn't even matter either way. It's defense 5 or defense 6. So
right.
Yeah. So basically, I mean, realistically, I'm probably going to go after his actual infantry. I mean, he mentioned following this cav. Probably wouldn't actually do that necessarily. Assuming they're still alive at the time, I do have 2 Rivendell Knights plus the High Elf Captain and who can, recounter if he does charge my flank with what? You have 4 cav, you said, I believe?
4 cav and then the king.
And then the king. So realistically, outside of that,
and I can send Suladan around there too. If that's looking promising, then Suladan may be zipping around there as well.
I'd say how much magic is the betrayer going to be doing? Because obviously you're spending a will per turn on the poison, which I guess you'd be doing most turns.
Right.
What magic are you going to be doing, and who are you going to be targeting at? Because obviously you've got Suladan as a fight 5 hero. Is he fight 6?
Suladan is fight 5.
5. So you're going to struggle with in terms of fight value generally against your big hitters with someone like
Suladan. I think until the late game is just going to be kind of sitting behind the line, and his job is basically to be a banner for the 2 ranks of poison bowmen and spearmen. And then I think he comes in. I think he kind of comes in at the end, and where he can start, like taking 2 warriors, calling a heroic strike, and killing them. Because I've got, I think, enough of a numbers advantage that he can kind of tip the balance that way. I mean, the other time it may come in, and to tell you the truth, a lot of my shooting is probably going to be directed at Devon's heroes, because that's what this scenario is all about.
Yeah.
And it depends how many of those heroes I can take down. But I mean, once these guys come to grips, I mean, I'm thinking 2 ranks of rerolling wounding figures with a banner behind them. It's going to be tough, I think, for the elves to crack.
I mean, when you talk about a numbers advantage, there's 7 models, which arguably could be.
How many did you have?
I have 30.
Oh, you have 30. Okay, yeah, so it's not a huge advantage.
It's there, it exists, but I guess where I would count on it is,
I thought you had like 27.
No, I have 30. Okay. Thankfully I mixed them around here. Oh yeah, actually you asked me to send these. I'm sorry, I was writing it out.
It doesn't matter now. We've talked through enough that we know. I think we get what's going on.
I mean, if anyone wonders how I got that many in a high elf list, I mean, I played a lot of cheap heroes here. We had a high elf captain, the horse, lance, shield, and bow, and then an Aristor and Círdan. So it's not like I'm wielding any big guys. And plus no specialty, only 2 cav. So realistically here, I went for as much numbers as possible. They fight 5, defense 6, spear line with a banner. He's obviously got more banner support in a lot more places, so the more he spreads me out, the more this could be a problem. Like I said, 1-on-1 fights actually removes my fight 5 advantage. But luckily we're in a really, really crowded place, and given Matt's tactic of sweeping back in with the cavalry to hit my flank, I'm assuming he wants to keep me in that really tight place. So, this whole objective is to kill my heroes anyway, so it makes sense. The only other question I would have is 50% or 25%. When does the scenario actually end?
It says it ends at 25%. So you're going to get quite far in. And so I was going to ask Devon, obviously Matt's already mentioned his kind of plan for shooting at your heroes. With the main objective being killing heroes, how are you going to try and get to the Harad heroes, considering what Matt's already said, he's keeping his banner behind the lines, and the betrayer is going to be took behind the lines as well. I'm guessing the king won't, the king might well be one that's more front and center. But how would you target those guys?
Yeah, I mean, the king obviously would be delivered to me. But yeah, Suladan and the betrayer are going to be the problem. Ultimately, there's an objective of protecting an attack. So protecting my own heroes from his shooting. I mean, in normal circumstances, I wouldn't have blinding light up. He'd only have 2 shots, but he could shoot into combat. But I highly doubt that's going to actually happen. He needs all his numbers to bear. Since that's not the case, hide him behind a few ranks. I mean, like I said, he's not going to get that many shots. Given the angle that he's at, if you see it, like, I mean, honestly, a lot of my lines can be easily in the way of his shots, just because he's kind of firing at where my flanks are sort of moving up and around to get to him. And by the time I actually turn that flank, he's effectively, we're already in face to face. So I really don't see him killing my heroes. I mean, it's possible. Maybe he might just focus fire literally everything at Círdan. I mean, he could.
I think that's actually what I do.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would expect. I could hide him behind.
I'll kill some guy. Yeah, you can hide him behind a bunch of guys.
No, well, the buildings. So
to a point.
Yeah, to a point.
Eventually, he's got to kind of come. He's got to come forward.
He's going to come out. The thing is, I'm not too worried about the shooting killing him. It's just because of the improbability of it. Of him, it could happen.
It can. I mean, I've actually seen Círdan go down in situations like
like this.
Unfortunately, Círdan of the kind of blinding light casters is by far the most vulnerable just to getting shot out. And I mean, it can happen, especially if he strays close to the betrayer, so the betrayer can get out and start like compelling him into odd places.
And this is all absolutely true. I mean, luckily I have the buildings. That would probably be my only saving grace.
That's a good plus.
If I didn't have those buildings, it's very likely Matt would just shoot him off the board with 17 shots. I probably can only go 2 ranks deep, and at that point I wouldn't be angled like we are, so it'll be a much bigger problem. As far as Aristor Aristor, he already knows is going to get delivered to him. It's really up to him if he wants to start transfixing him and kill him. Given that's also my general, that becomes really problematic. Honestly, at that point, I have to apply a lot of pressure with the high elf captain and a lot of the other high elves to try to chomp. So the idea here is I'm going to have to chomp through his army enough where some high elves can go chase the betrayer down, where Suladan will probably play guard on that, so that it'd be a little bit difficult. But the idea is really to attack his army. I'm going to try to chew through his army as fast as possible to make it where he's pretty much out in the open with his heroes. I mean, that's the general idea of the strategy.
Just remind me how many Rivendell Knights did you say you had? Was it just 2?
I had 2, just 2.
So 2 with the high elf, the captain, and he's got the lance as well. So you have got 3 solid cavalry troops that will chomp through Haradrim guys. And if you're watching, who would you vote for? Who would you vote for, Matt or Devon's army? And I think I'm finding this really tricky because I think there's a lot of different things that could make things go either way. With the terrain, the setup it is, I'm slightly leaning towards Matt, I think, just because I feel like the Devon's heroes might really struggle to get enough momentum to get through enough Haradrim, especially with those poison weapons and particularly with the betrayer neutralizing them. Because I think the captain only has 2 will, 2 or 1 will, and the
1 will.
Rest are the same.
Captain has 1.
Yeah, and
does the Restor have 2 or does he have 1?
He has 2 will. He's 2-2-2.
2-2-2.
So yeah, with that little amount of will, all it takes is 3 or so transfixes before you're completely out on those 2 heroes, and that's neutralizing them, and he'll still have plenty of will left to do his casting, his aura of effect. So yeah, I think I'm probably leaning towards Matt in this one. But do you think that's fair? I mean,
I think that's
completely fair. I think you're dead on, Harry.
As the opponent here, actually in the duel, we have several times come up with lists where we do some even not experimental. Sometimes it's a solid list, but we just have to agree. Like, yeah, my opponent would have beaten me. And in this case, I am in the uphill battle here. I think, as Will Champion already mentioned, Matt's list is solid, whereas my list, I would probably not show up to Aracon with this, whereas I would show up to Aracon with Matt's list. So he already has a better list in that sense, in my opinion anyway. I think that in this case, my goof up of casting Blinding Light would cause problems. I think that, yes, the Betrayer, try not to mention it as often as possible, but effectively, the Betrayer is going to neutralize my heroes pretty quick. I think it's very fast.
It's actually interesting. Let's just talk through what would have happened had you not cast Blinding Light.
I don't think it would have necessarily changed the game to be in my favor. I just think it would have...
Yeah, it's a different dynamic, right? Because
it's worth noting that the magic range is reduced as well. So So you can't. Well, I suppose it's always going to be 12 inches anyway. So screw that. Yeah.
But the issue here is kind of when you cast the blinding light, right?
Yeah.
Because you can't not cast it once we get within 12 inches. Because if you don't cast it when we get within 12 inches, I will blow you apart.
Yeah.
With the re-rolling wounds and
you have
if I'm hitting on 4s and re-rolling wounds and getting +1 on those, it's going to be like a World War I crossing no man's land when you try and get that last 12 inches. But on the other hand, if as soon as you cast it, right, then I immediately start backing up and trying to hit you from outside that 12 inch. And I think you can continue to close because obviously I can't back up and shoot as fast as you can charge for me, but I'm still going to be, kind of at that range.
Yeah, I don't think necessarily it would change very much. Like, you're right. I would have cast Blinding Light eventually, which is why I had it in my head. Just obviously done it immediately. But I don't think it would change very much. The real weakness of this army is I do not have enough hard-hitting heroes that can hit fast enough to take down your army. And yes, I have 30 high elves that will absolutely outperform your guys just in general. But I think once you've neutralized my heroes quickly enough, which the Betrayer can do quite a start at a distance, once you do that fast enough, Suladon and the King can just go nuts on things. Well, I mean, yeah, 5-5 against your 5-5. It's potentially possible. And this is, again, anyone watching this, dice. They happen. It could Suladon roll and I roll the same and kill everything about him because he's only defense 5. It could happen, yeah, but it's unlikely. And that's usually where we go with the duel is like, what is the most likely scenario to happen? But you can absolutely pull off a win. So if you find yourself in the situation where I'm in right now, where I'm on the kind of the losing side, many players have pulled out of that. So just keep going.
Yeah, I think the main the big hitter element is a good point, but I think the main thing that is struggling is a lack of will here. I think that's the main thing I'm thinking in my head, that if I was Matt, I'd be thinking, right, okay, I could just take a rester out of the match pretty quickly, and then you've not got anything big really to do the damage you need to do.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm actually I think more afraid of the captain than I am of
because of the lance.
Yeah, because of the lance. I mean, he still fights 6. So I mean, I still have to strike against him in order to fight him, and he's kind of the more opportune target with only the one will, especially if he's anywhere near the edge where I can compel him outside of 6 inches of Círdan, but inside of 12, where then I can proceed to pin cushion him.
I'm not sure how much it would have changed if I went with my other list with like the twins and such, honestly, because when you have dealing with a ring wraith, unless you have some way to like take him down very quickly or threaten him, a lot of pressure to make multiple targets. Well, that's actually, I guess, where the twins succeed because they create multiple threat vectors that you can't stop all at once. But
I was just thinking of ways that you could improve this Rivendell list that would make it a bit more scary for Matt. But I think you're either going to sacrifice the numbers, which obviously 30 elves is scary. But I mean, I was thinking. So for say for example, swap Arrester for Glorfindel, you're going to lose 6 elves, so you're going to be at what 24. So that feels like it's a bit too low. But then,
I mean, you are getting a very powerful hero whom is very difficult to stop, at least for Matt's list. So there's a lot of different ways. I mean, if you want to improve it, I mean, Airstore is actually powerful for anyone who's actually played him. He does actually generally wound every single time he strikes because he rerolls all fail.
He rerolls, yep.
So he's not terrible or anything at all. I actually like him. I mean, if you want to improve it, I mean, most typical high elf lists are going to be either your Rivendell Knight, which I think you wouldn't do in a pure list because you really want the support elements, but or otherwise you're going to bring the bigger heroes. I think is usually how you're just going to play this out.
I think that's the difficult thing. If you're doing pure Rivendell, you've got very few choices of big hitters. So you've got literally the minimum is 145 points for Glorfindel. And he's not even got his armor, so he's defense 5, and he's not got a horse. So once you've got him up to that, he's what 160, 170.
I ran into that over and over again because half of Rivendell's heroes are like useless, like Arwen, a Stormcaller, not half, but like a fourth. and there was one other one that like I
Gildor.
just missed entire. Yeah, Gildor. Yeah, a lot of people have not found great. I actually saw an interesting variation of the Rivendell list at 600 points where Jasmine Tetley had posted about Gildor with like Wood Elves and a little bit of that, but I'm not really sure it would have done too much better than what I'm at now.
Yeah, no, I mean Gildor is. Yeah, I've struggled to figure out how Gildor can be productive and haven't been able to really answer that question.
So it really is you play the big heroes or you do what I just did here. Like I don't really know too many other variants.
Well, I mean there is obviously the 600 points of Elrond and a bunch of his friends on horses.
Yeah, and
which is actually what I thought I was going to run into.
I was going to say that an all hero list or an Elrond and Rivendell Knights list might not be a terrible option. I
wanted to do something new. You'll find that out from my Azog's Legion list too. I'm a person whom I never play the same list twice, almost ever, unless it's like just a dead set favorite of mine. I like to vary it up. So I just wanted to challenge myself to be like, what if I didn't play any of the big heroes? How would I make this work? And getting that heroic strike was really brutally hard, other than the Aristor, but that's basically why I didn't play the Rivendell Knights and Friends, or Elrond and Friends. So.
Yeah.
Right. So you mentioned we've got two other lists to delve into. Can we do this in a speedy fashion? Because we've got the Durin Show coming up in about. Well, I said about 4:00, so we've got 10-15 minutes.
I mean, we can
do that. We can do that. We'll play speed. We'll play speed chess.
All right.
It doesn't have to be exact. So, but yeah, let's crack on. Have a look through the next few lists. So, Devin, you're going to be evil, and Matt is going to be good, and we'll flip them over. So, Matt, do you want to start? Because I've got your Isildur list up and ready, and Devin, if you send me your evil one, I'll be able to show it off.
So I went back and forth about half a dozen times between essentially Isildur and 2 captains and Elendil and 1 captain, and eventually settled on Isildur and 2 captains. We'll find out if that was the right choice or not. So I've got Isildur all kitted out, including the 1 ring and the horse and the shield. With him, he has 5 warriors of Numenor with shield, 1 warrior of Numenor with spear, shield, and banner, 5 warriors of Numenor with spear and shield, and 4 warriors of Numenor with bow. And with him, he has 2 captains of Numenor, both fully kitted out with everything but the bow. So they've got lance, heavy armor, and shield. And each one of them has an identical warband that has 2 warriors of Numenor with shield, 3 warriors of Numenor with spear and shield, 3 warriors of Numenor with bow. So it ends up coming out with 7 might and how many heroes we got here? 34 here, 34 models, and 10 of them shoot.
Well, there you go. So, yeah, we should have it on screen, so hopefully you can see that. I'm just losing control of where we are. So there you go. So we've got all of the stuff on board. So Devin, do you want to just walk me through? If you can send it over to me if you can, or
your list. But I did it really quick because I know we only have like a couple minutes. So
that's fine.
It's our list.
I just clicked on the link that you just sent, and it sent me to Shop Disney The Mandalorian. So,
I
guess I'm fighting the Mandalorian. All right, no, never mind. Sorry, go on. Talk.
All right, so my list is absolutely absurd, but I want to do this. So,
right, okay, I'll get it up on screen. Tell me all about it, Devin.
All right. So basically, once again, an experiment, but I actually think it's interesting. So I have Bolg on Warg.
It looks so sad on this screen.
I have Bolg on Warg. I have 5 Bat Swarms, 10 Berserkers, a Gundabad Captain, and then a Gundabad Mercenary Captain with 10 Goblins. And here's the cool part. So it's 28 models, 14 to break, which means Bolg and his crew, I can send all of them at you. You have to kill all but 2 in order to break me, in order to do anything. And I don't have to send my mercenaries at you. Like, I don't have to deploy them necessarily. Even if I want to, I can use them for auxiliary purposes. Hell, even deploy them in the back. Strong sides, hit flanks, just go in there, dive in. I mean, obviously, I'm going to dictate, for the most part, the charge. But Yeah, it's just kind of a really fun list that I wanted to develop. So I have Master of Battle. I've actually got 7 points of might plus Master of Battle. Goonbat Captain if I really want to march faster. Now, obviously, the Mercenary Captain, his might is variable. It's either there or it's not. But if it is there, it'll be for heroic moves, so that way I can start dictating charges. Even if I can't, I can use the bats to kind of like start swinging over and knocking things down. Matt probably recognizes a little bit of this when I played, like, what was it, 20 bats in a list? I forgot. So,
it's cool. It's different, isn't it? I like it. I actually really do like this. The speed, the hitting power, and those bat swarms are really annoying. So I'd like to see, but it's all in the setup. So I'll roll some dice. So this is so we've got 4. We'll do this scenario first. So the first one, let me just get back to the right page. So that's pool 4, kill the enemy scenario. So this is good stuff. Kill the enemy number 5 we get. So it's to the death. It's a nice straightforward one.
Battle.
Nice straightforward one. A roll for the board. It's either I've got a 1, so it's in the first half, which means it's this one because we already have the other one. So there you go. So this is trees. This is Amon Hen, including hand sanitizer and lots of very nice looking trees.
So Devin, this is designed to be played from left to right. So Amon Hen is sitting on kind of like one flank of the board here.
Okay. All right. Well, then scenario to the death. Real quick recap, because super speed was it? You have a Sealdor and 2 captains.
I have a Sealdor and 2 captains, and then
and how
bunch of guys. I have, was it about 35 of these guys? I think
somewhere around 35,
34.
Yeah. All right,
34.
I mean, this is a perfect army for speed play. Pretty much, I'm just going to avoid bow fire using trees and stuff, and then charge in there as soon as possible. I mean, it's to the death, so he'll get to shoot me early, but luckily I've got a lot of trees. He'll probably see my bats since they're very high up, and he'll take his shots. How many bows did you say I have?
I have 10.
10. All right, so might do some damage. I'll probably aim my berserkers most likely, I imagine, but dismount bulk. But I'll do a heroic march, get up there a little bit faster, and then honestly, just start swinging at a flank and try to demolish it. Kind of pitch myself where I'm coming up the center and then just hit a flank. I mean, obviously, I might, in the non-speed format, actually play very strategically, but there we go. We're just going to go after it.
Well, just quickly see who would go set up first. So Good would set up first.
Okay, so it's good. Yeah.
So I'm going to take the right-hand side of the board.
So this is another situation where it's like we're 24 inches away from each other. So it's like, all right, I'm going to fly in, and obviously I'm going to use as much of the trees. So I'll go on the that side of the board as well, and I can't shoot, so he dictates the field.
So a couple of quick questions. Devin, where would you put your Goblin mercenaries?
So I don't have to deploy them immediately, and this
which sort of scenery piece are you keeping an eye on as a place where you could deploy everything? Because actually, a lot of this scenery looks like it might be quite clogged in terms of
for 10 models. It depends on if he's in those woods. So if he doesn't,
I am going to be in those woods
because he doesn't want me flying.
The woods on the lower right there. Yeah, that looks like an excellent set of woods to set up a nice battle line and shooting position from.
Yeah. So, I mean, the bats still get all their bonuses, piercing talons and all that, which is essentially lance bonuses, even in the woods, I believe. So they just move slower.
Well, they can't fly over me in the woods.
They can't fly anymore. Yeah. Oh no, I can fly over you and still pluck you though. Yeah, because all I have to do is fly over you. I don't think there's any restriction I need it. So.
Oh yeah, that's interesting. All right, yeah. You could pluck. Yeah,
I can still pluck. Which allows me, by the way, for anyone who doesn't know, 4 up, I can knock him down. 4 up, I do strength 4 hit. It's actually 2 different rolls. And then so basically, I mean, honestly, like I said, just for this match and for this whole duel right now, I'm just going to swing in there. Harry, did I answer your specific question? I think. The mercenaries.
Yeah, which terrain are you looking at? I mean, like as Matt's already pointed out, he'd probably be hiding in some woods.
So if you're not deploying in that one, if he's not in that one, you said the top right, Matt?
No, I'm in the woods in the bottom right.
Bottom right. All right, so bottom right. So if you're in that one, I'm not fitting anywhere else. So realistically, I think in this scenario, my goblins are just going to go camp somewhere and not do a whole heck of a lot. They're not really meant to go fighting. So this list is actually designed off of a list that actually did extremely well, like 2 Aracons ago, where it was like a bunch of spiders, 2 fell beasts, and then he had a bunch of orcs in the back, where they just did nothing the entire game and just kept the breakpoint high. So it forced the opponent to have to kill everything he was dealing with in order to break them. So that's where this comes from, just without the fell beasts and the spiders. And so, but basically, yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think I'm okay with not deploying them in the fight, where I just put them kind of far away. I don't think there's a lot of logical places they can go once Matt blocks that up. I mean, the only other logical place would probably be a little bit further, like up the board, going north from our perspective. They might be able to fit in that terrain. If I want to fit them in there to support.
But you can bring them on a board edge. I mean, there's no reason you can't just bring them on right behind him.
Yeah, that's right. All right, then yeah, I can bring them on right behind him. So that's an option as well. Bring them on right behind. If I think the fight is swinging heavily in my favor, let's say I'm just destroying Matt's army left and right due to all the raw hitting power that my army has, then I would not be opposed to throwing them necessarily, but I got to be really swinging the fight in my favor. Or I need the support for some reason, and I think a bunch of goblins are going to do it. Because the problem is Matt can focus fire on the goblins and break me easily.
Yeah, and Matt, I'm intrigued. So here you've got a very elite force you're fighting against, and those berserkers will probably do pretty well in the tight terrain. How would you bring your sort of superior numbers and everyone else to bear to actually sort of bring your number advantage to the forefront, I suppose?
So I mean, I think actually my biggest advantage is that I have 10 bows to his none. So I think what's going to happen is I'm going to be deploying the line in those woods near the front edge where I can come out quickly if I need to. But I'm going to be shooting from there and shooting as he comes in. And I think what's going to end up happening actually is I'm going to have Isildur and the 2 captains behind the woods still mounted so the bats can't touch them. Because as long as they're on horses, they cannot be plucked. And I'm going to wait until he tries to commit against my battle line in the woods, because he can't ignore those because they're shooting 10 bows a turn at him, and those berserkers cannot endure that bow fire for
really any amount of time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I do need to roll 6s to kill them, but once they start to go down, they start to go down.
So they're defense 5, are they? Or
they're defense 5.
So 6s with his bow fire.
And you don't have the 5-up save from the signal tower on those guys, so they will go down, and you cannot afford to lose that many of them in this army. So I think I wait till you come at me. I wait till you commit to the front, and then I mean your bat swarm. So your bat swarms are going to have to, because I've got Isildur and the 2 captains kind of lurking behind on horses. They can't like overfly the forest and then like perch on the other side, because if they do, they're going to get lanced. So I think what they're going to have to do.
I wouldn't want to fight your whole army at once anyway.
Yeah.
A lot of the bats will end up staying in sort of a reserve position when the battle lines not engage, but like, let's say it's my turn to move first and I'm able to go first because I've mastered battle and all this might. The bats fly over, maybe even fly back potentially, or fly and hit a flank on another side. And all their job is to make it where the berserkers can engage in combat and have 0 risk of actually dying because your guys are knocked to the ground. Obviously, the other use of them is they're extremely hard hitting with strength 4 plus 1 to wound and 2 attacks. Plus they can trap you. So,
I'm thinking I can take down enough of your hard hitting stuff on the way in to make a serious dent. And then kind of once you're committed, then Isildur and his 2 drinking buddies are going to swing around probably whichever side of the forest Bolg is not on, and go the other way and just start killing stuff. And then of course once Bolg commits, then it's time for Isildur to get down off of his horse.
Yeah, ring him, get that ring out. And the pluck, does that include horse models?
No. I can't do it on his any of his knights. Yeah, I can't do them.
Yeah, because that would really deactivate the 2 captains and Isildur.
Oh yeah, they would be auto includes in like a lot of lists if you could just dismount heroes by flying over them. Like that would be
no kidding.
But I see. I'm intrigued. I'm not as sure on this one. I really liked the Numenor list. I think when I saw it, I really wanted the Numenor list to win. But now, because I just like the Numenor list. But then your Gundabad list, it's got some quirks, and I really actually I think the terrain is going to be massively to your advantage here. Because you've got so much terrain in the way that those bows are going to really struggle to bring themselves to bear, and the numbers are going to struggle to bring themselves to bear for Matt. And so I think I'd be leaning towards Devon on this one. I don't know whether you agree with that one. But, I just think a Bolg is such a hard hero to counter.
And then Bolg. I've like ignored him almost. Bolg's going to do Bolg things.
Bolg is Bolg. To be fair, although of the one, Isildur is one of the few heroes that you can send up against him and go, actually, I'm fine. I can harvest fight value. It's all good. I think you could probably avoid Isildur long enough to chop through enough Numenorians to. Make enough of trouble. I don't know whether you agree.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much damage Bolg's going to be doing in the woods, but
I don't know, man. I'm supposed to let the judges decide. No, it's funny because we get into a whole bunch of like debates at the end of it. Like, this could happen, and that's the fun part about it. Is like you never know. It's like things happen.
Exactly. That's what I love about this thing, because the duels is that it's so up in the air, and it really is. It's all theory hammer at its best, isn't it? In terms of just having a think about it and having a fun laugh about what could happen. But I think I like to reward the unusual list because it's got some great ideas. The number of bats and the number of berserkers is desirable greatly, so I like it. But maybe better with more signal towers.
Yeah, there you go.
More signal tower.
If you're looking for really bizarre lists, come to our channel. We definitely make up a lot of weird stuff. So.
Well, I like that. It's. I hope you go out and use them as regularly as possible.
100%. Probably not for Aracon, but to like everything else.
Yeah, when you're traveling to a different country, it's reasonable to try and do your best to win and all that sort of stuff. So fair enough. But thank you very much, guys. Sad that Rainier couldn't turn up in the end, but we've managed to fill plenty of time and get loads of debate out there. In the how long have you been here? Been an hour and a half, I think. So really appreciate it. Just before you go, what's gaming like at the moment in the States? I don't know what. I guess it varies state to state, the restrictions. But have you managed to play many games in the last year or so?
I have not personally. It does vary from state to state. As the organizer, kind of I don't know. I guess organizer of a Facebook page on the ASBGA, because really it's a loose confederation. I don't manage anything like I believe Alistair does on the GBHL. Mm-hmm. But basically, the general rule of thumb is if you're more toward the south, you probably are going to see more games. If you're more toward the north, you're probably not going to see any.
Yeah.
General rule of thumb. So
that seems
it really does depend on what state you're in. Less populated states. Huh?
I was just going to say, is that to do with temperature or to do with politics?
It's probably.
It's definitely not temperature.
And this is something I rush to avoid, like in every political situation. But yes, it is not temperature for sure.
Okay. Well, it's interesting to know. I mean, it's sad that games aren't happening as much, but here's hoping that now the vaccine is rolling out, that this time next year we'll all be back to some kind of normality. So, Devon and Matt, thank you very much. So tune into the Unexpected podcast on YouTube. I don't know when the next time it's going to be on, but I look forward to it.
Well, we will be recording in 9.5 hours.
Yep.
Apologies for keeping you up so late. So, well, good luck recording. I look forward to watching, probably listening to it when it comes out on the podcast version. Thank you very much. Right.
Thanks, Barry. It's been great fun.
Thank you. I'll kick you guys out of the studio, ready for the Durin Show. Also America, Central America, I believe. So that will be any time now. So we'll get them in. I'm definitely going to take a quick break because I've been on pretty much non-stop for the last, well, I mean, it's been many hours, generally 16 hours of actual broadcasting, but it's been yeah, it's been a long one. Just streaming non-stop for the last few hours, at least since Damien and Steve left. So, if you're still watching, thank you very much. Just a reminder of what all this is about. It's all for charity. We're raising money for the Trussell Trust in the UK, a food bank charity. And I believe someone in the comments was saying a few minutes ago, where was it? Congratulations, says Scholar and Bard, on exceeding your charity target. That's amazing. So let me just have a quick dig around into these things. So let me just look at that. Okay, that's not the right page, but let's quickly delve into that and swap the old tab around to have a look at the target. So here we go. Let's give it a refresh. Amazing. Look at that, £1,041. And Scholar and Bar has, thank you very much. He's contributed. And Al Rhodes in the last few hours as well. You fool of a toque. Thank you very much. You absolute legend, Al. Thank you very much for contributing. And lots of people have been commenting in as well. So let's just have a quick look in the comments and the likes. We've got some people involved there. Nathan is still in the show. This is the one I was looking for. The work in progress tab. So some boxes. What's this? The Eye of Sauron. The Dwayne Goodbane and his conversion. We've got Joe Holzman with this. So this is all the stuff that people have been doing throughout the night. So if you're watching now and you're painting at 4 o'clock in the morning, but I suppose depending on where you are in the world, it could be a completely different time. So if you're painting in the America or Australia, whatever, comment in below on the Entmoot live stream here and drop a comment in, see what you're up to. Love to know a bit more. So that's what's going on at the moment. I'm going to take a break for a few minutes. And then we're going to get the Hammond brothers, I believe, all from the Durin Show, new-ish podcast. I think it's been around since the summertime, from what I gather, and they've been really quite prolific podcasters in the last 12 months. So we'll get them on at about 15:15, and then we'll have a bit of a break in the meantime, so that I can get some water, rest my voice, and we will continue streaming. Yeah, okay, so I'll put this on, a little video to remind you what you're doing. Donate in the thing up here. How do I do this? There we go. There it is. It's QR code with your camera, or it's in the comments below, and the schedule is also in there as well. So after this, we'll have a bit of a break.
I mean, first of all, it's been very busy. We've increased by 108%. Since March, we've given out 52 tons of food. A lot more people have had to go on benefits this year. Universal credit, the numbers have increased so much, but that's because people haven't got jobs anymore. We had a mother come in after not eating herself and mashing her last potato for her 6-month daughter, and she came into the food bank because that was her level of desperation. It just makes me want to cry. But I'm happy that she came. I'm happy that she was helped, and we've been able to support her further and connect her in with lots of different places that can help her further. So I'm pleased that we were able to be there for her. And but the fact that she was in that position in the first place is just absolutely heartbreaking.
Yes, we're back. Entmoot Live has returned. A more subdued, perhaps, introduction than it's been in the previous hours. Thank you very much for people who are still here, amazingly, at 4:15 in the morning here in the UK. Tom Wag has just commented saying, had this playing on my phone in the background since the start. Different guests has kept it fresh to listen to. Top work. You're still awake in the UK, which is amazing. But I've gotten guests from all around the world. We just had the DCHL guys from the Unexpected Podcast and the DCHL YouTube channel. But it's time to introduce the legends, the new legends of the SBG community, a family of SBG people. This is very exciting. It's the Durin Show featuring Mitchell, Marcus, and Matt. Welcome. Thank you very much for joining me.
How's it going?
What's up, Harry?
Yeah, very good. Thank you very much. Thanks for dipping in and saying hello for this. I'm covering up your names with this banner. So welcome to the show. So I've been streaming for, let me think, 16 hours now. So I'm tired.
Dude, you're an animal.
Brutal.
You're an animal.
Marathon.
Yeah, it has. It's been, but actually, I'm surprisingly energetic considering all that. Mainly because I think I'm talking about something that I love, and everyone who's been so passionate has come on the stream. So it's absolutely amazing to have new kids on the block, as it were, in the SBG content creator universe. So I don't know who wants to take the lead on this because I don't know who came up with the idea. But you're all from the Durin Show, a new podcast, audio podcast. Whose idea was it, and how did it come about that so many members of the same family are keen on the hobby and keen on doing a podcast about it?
Well, Marcus is always kind of our pseudo MC of the show, so we better let him take first crack at that one.
Go for it, Marcus.
I also wanted to interject. I wanted to interject a little bit. It's been a long time since Matt's been referred to as a kid. Okay.
Hey,
yeah.
The
90s were a long time ago.
Don't take this from me.
No, what it was is, so we had like Facebook groups going and we got Matt into the hobby. Mitch and I have been playing for like years and years and years. And Matt got so tired of hearing us do these like Facebook arguments where we would like have a rules debate or a question or a list, and like either person would just like blow the list apart. And Matt was kind of in the background. He's like, we actually should do a podcast. You guys are just talking for like so long. And Mitchell and I were like, okay, let's try it. So like the first couple episodes, really just us arguing about different rules and different ideas. And it's kind of gone from there.
A lot of banter.
Yeah, well, I guess part of the great thing is if you're brothers who play the game, you already have that kind of built-in, established kind of bounce that you expect from brotherly, well, I wouldn't say brotherly love, but yeah, brotherly kind of relationships, I guess. So walk us back through this. You mentioned that there's a fourth brother as well, isn't there, who can't be here at the moment?
Yeah. Myers.
So there's a fourth brother. This is getting crazy, and you all have M's at the start of your name, don't you?
Yeah.
There's Mitchell, Marcus,
and Myers.
Myers was that one. Yeah.
So there's four of you. How did four guys get involved in Lord of the Rings and are still passionate about it now? I'm guessing you started early on. I don't know. Who wants to take on this? Mitchell?
We got into it probably right as the movies were coming out. So probably like 2004, Marcus and I really got into it. It was like towards the tail end because we didn't know about it until about then. But once we got in, we were in hard. We've been sticking with it. Myers jumped on at that time too, although he kind of was in and out. But and it's kind of been died off as the local scene kind of died off around 2009, but it picked right back up here in since the new edition, and it's been soaring high ever since.
That's interesting. And when you say the local scene, just so that people get an idea of whereabouts in the world you are, where are you? I think I said Central America.
We're actually on the West Coast. Me and Marcus at least. So we're in Washington State, which is close towards Vancouver, BC. Yep, up left. Yep. And we kind of run the Seattle scene right now.
Okay, so Seattle.
Cool. And then I live down in Texas, so we live in separate parts of the country right now. So I kind of southern central U.S. scene right now.
Oh right, okay. So you're both in central, different time zones at the moment as well, which makes things a little bit more difficult. But thank you very much for joining me at this time zone, because there's not a lot of other people around at this time. But hopefully it's a reasonable hour for you.
Oh yeah.
I don't know, what time is it for you guys?
It's 8 o'clock for me right now. 8:20, and I just finished up dinner and stuff.
Okay,
perfect timing.
Well, it worked out great because Marcus and I are just finishing up day one of a 2-day tournament. So we literally got out of the tournament like an hour ago. So we went and grabbed some quick dinner and logged in. So this was perfect timing here. Perfect.
Oh, well, tell me all about it, because at the moment in the UK, with the restrictions are, because of coronavirus, are so limiting that we can't really do any kind of gatherings at all. And so what tournament have you had? What have you been doing? How's it all worked? What have you been playing?
Well, I'll take first stab at it. I will start. Mitchell doesn't know these results, so he's going to be very disappointed with my showing today. It's 5-game tournament, 3 games today. So I brought a mix of Corsairs and Serpent Horde, 49 models. It's a 750-point tournament. But I am 1-1-1 right now, so it is not my best day. So I've got to run the tables tomorrow to have any chance of a podium finish.
But you came roaring back. You came roaring back in the last game. It was a strong finish to the day.
Oh yeah, Now Harry, if
his only win.
At some point after Marcus gets done, if you want to go into in-depth, I have much lamenting to do about how the first 2 games went. So I'm more than happy to go on about that.
We'll go through the lamenting of your trials and tribulations in a minute. And you said it wasn't just you, Matt, that was playing. It was Marcus as well, was it?
Yeah,
correct.
So how did it go for you? Was it better or worse?
I feel like it was better. It ended on like the opposite note. So I ended on a horrible note. But I finished the day 2-1. 2 major victories, 1 major loss. And I'll just say my major loss, I was playing Dwarves at 750 points against 100 Goblins. It didn't go well on Command the Battlefield.
Oh no.
It was rough.
It's hard to command the battlefield when there are a lot of goblins about. That is very true. So just before we kind of delve into it, I'm really keen to hear your tournament reviews. I don't know if you heard earlier, I had Jacob Lucas from Australia in Conquest Creations YouTube.
Oh yeah.
If you've ever seen it. And he was talking through Minimise tournament in Australia. They've done a very mini tournament. I'm kind of intrigued at what sort of play styles you have, and how you kind of approach the game. Are you competitive gamers? Are you more thematic? I guess as a family, growing up, you might have been able to play a lot more with the scenarios and play a lot together. So how has it worked? Do you want to go around the circle? Start with Marcus and then go to Matt and Mitchell. How do you approach the game? What kind of games are you?
Absolutely. So this is actually confession. To this day, I don't think I've played a single scenario game in my entire life. For like the first, literally for like the first 4 years of life, Mitchell and I wouldn't even play scenarios. It was just like stand our models up in front of each other and charge ahead, and it was to the death every single game. So I think maybe a little bit on the competitive side / how much you can win by. But I gotta get back into the scenario side because there's a lot of good ones.
I was going to say, has that changed over the years, or is it still you pretty much just like charging?
Oh yeah, just line them up and let's get rolling dice.
Yeah, he's the representation for Durin in this tournament that he's in right now. So it's charge in and pack it up.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. And you said earlier that you've got dwarves. What kind of dwarves?
I'm doing a variation. So we're the Durin Show, but I've never run Durin. I did a Cause of Doom Durin with some Heartguard and some other King's Champion, Dwarf King, and just a ton of Cause of Guard. So
ace. Well, see, I think a couple of you mentioned that you like the podcast. I ran a lot of Durin, a lot of Hearthguard a while back, and I gave up on them in the end. Probably more because I was bad at playing them, and less because they're weak. But yeah, I do. I've got to get them out again at some point. When the tournaments start again here, I'm definitely going to get my dwarves out because I do love and miss my dwarves. So, the Vault Wardens are just so good. I love Vault Wardens and Hearthguard. It's just so much power to be had there.
Iron Guard, so many good things.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The Iron Guard are the hidden gems throwing weapons. They're not as good as the arrow board dwarves throwing weapons, but they sneak up on everybody.
I think that's the thing is you forget Iron Guard are like they're considered like the low. They're like the low defense dwarves, but they're still defense 6. So they're still, and they've got a lot going for them. So yeah, there's value to be had there, definitely. So Matt, what kind of player are you? Are you a fun player, a competitive player?
So I'm all competitive, Harry. I've actually never done a narrative scenario, so I need to check that off the box at some point. But I just love the idea of competition, tournaments. That's my entire bag right there. So, and I'm new to the game too. I didn't start playing until the new edition. So I think Thanksgiving, November of 2018 is when I got into it. So I'm really new to the scene, but I kind of jumped all in when I did get into it.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. So your brothers have been playing it for a long time, but you decided you held it back. Were you playing other game systems? You playing other kinds of games, or?
This was my very first tabletop game ever. So yeah, it's kind of a new thing to me. But
he made fun of us for the longest time, and then he finally saw the models, and like we didn't see him for 4 months. And he came out of the cave, and he had like 6 armies fully painted. And it's like, wait, what?
Yeah, I probably painted a few too many armies too quickly, but anyway, it gives us more variants to try.
That's usually the other way around. It's usually people they play the game and have loads of grey models that people keep telling them off for not painting. So to vanish and come back with a load of painted armies is ace.
Yep.
So, are you a big painter then? Are you an artistic guy? Is that what sort of pulled you in finally, or?
No, so it's embarrassing. I'm a competitive guy, and the first tournament I went to, I got points deducted because I only had 3 colors on my models. Ooh. And so because of that, I said I will not play an army unless it's fully painted, which was a tough commitment, which would have been just fine, except every time I play poorly, I figure it's the army's fault, not my fault. So I have to start a new army. So
that's my approach.
I think there's only 1 army from the Hobbit book that I don't have. And then I'm missing like 8 out of the Lord of the Rings book. But my collection is getting pretty close to complete. Not all of them painted. I'd say only 30% of them painted. So.
Well, that's I think that's common in the toy soldier collecting world, isn't it? Of having a large collection and more than 2/3 of it not painted. So yeah, I think if you looked under my cupboards, I've got a bed. I'm in the spare bedroom. I've got boxes upon boxes and sneaked away underneath, covered over by the duvet so no one can see them. So
I don't believe that you have a pile of shame. I do not believe it at all.
Oh yeah, no, don't. Yeah, you should not see it. Not this year has made it even worse as well because the tournaments used to motivate me into painting armies and finishing off stuff, and now I've just got 3 or 4 half-finished projects that. I started painting Numenorians for no real reason earlier in the week, other than because I knew I started this stream off with a battle report, and I knew that you couldn't even see them. There's like this, you can see it in the background there. The camera is like really high up, and it's like, in fact, I could probably put the camera on just to show you how stupid it was, if it's plugged in still. So this is how far away. You can't see how painted those models are. It's no point. But still, I thought, I'm going to paint them and then I didn't paint them all. Yeah. But anyway, so yeah, that just shows how scatterbrained my hobbying has become now. There's no focus. So yeah, I think we're all the same there.
It's Harry, I have to say this before we move on, Harry. When I did get into it in 2018, and I was trying to figure out how to paint and what base paints and layer paints was, I started YouTubing, and your painting videos were the first ones I ever found. I think it was like a troll, and you've done a few other ones. So I learned to paint, not to your videos. So this is like, I'm nerding out getting to talk to you right now. It's super
cool. Well, that's amazing. Oh, well, I've never thought of that. And it's funny because the people, some people seem to have found me through the podcast, and other people seem to have found me through the channel. But somehow it's all kind of, I'm starting to meet people increasingly now that are like, oh yeah, I know you guys. It's like a celebrity. It's like, oh, this is insane. But yeah, it's lovely. Lovely to have you there. So you were searching for painting tutorials for the Pelennor Fields box, then, were you?
Well, I was just searching for Middle Earth painting, and I found a few that were like, I watched the videos and I'm like, well, I don't want to. The quality was not great, and then I found yours and it actually looked really good. I'm like, well, someday I could do that. So I just started. I think I subscribed to your channel, and then Wasn't it like sometime in 2019 that you started Entmoot? And I think you actually advertised Entmoot on your YouTube, so that's how I found the podcast.
Yes, I did. I put it at the end of one of my painting tutorials, I believe. I can't remember which. It might have even been the troll, but I do remember putting it at the end and had a sort of something's about to happen that hasn't happened for it. I was very excited. It was good to do the podcast because I wanted to bring something out that was that sort of brought people who go to tournaments directly onto podcasts without having to do all this, like arranging stuff, which of course we had to do a bit more now. But when people are there's a gathering of people. It seems silly not to record some of those conversations that you end up having when you're at tournaments. So that's what I did. And because I do it for work, it was relatively easy. I've just got my little recording device that's here. That's all you need. And that survives.
Yeah, it's awesome. I love the podcast. I enjoy all the bat reps and everything like that. So I've always enjoyed it since you started it.
Oh, well, thanks very much. I didn't expect this to be just a big love-in for me.
You're fangirling out just a little bit, okay?
Well, that's fine. I was hoping to introduce people to your podcast as well. So, Mitchell, let's move around the circle. So, Mitchell, your gaming style, what kind of player are you? Are you all competitive then, I guess?
I lean towards the competitive. I will say, like, when I teach people to play, I love teaching to people to play and growing the community. I'm a lot casual. I'm very, very nice. Matt's described this. I'm very nice with other people. As soon as I play my brothers, I'm like, okay, it's death now, okay? There's blood in the water. I do play some scenarios every once in a while, not that often, and I do enjoy them when I play them. I think I love list building, so I build them all week, every day, and then I'm thinking I just want to test it out. So any chance I get, I try to test out what I've thought up in my head.
Oh, fab. What kind of armies are you talking? So you
a little bit of everything. Yeah, a little bit of everything. So it changes from year to year. I try to stick to something for a year. This year it's been Khand, it's been Lothlorien, it's been Easterlings, and Earl the Young with King of Men, Numenorian as Kyrian.
Nice. I like the picture there. They seem the alternative choices often, not like the main Rohans, the Minister, the models.
Yeah, when I pick armies or take an army to a tournament, I try to take something that you won't generally see, nothing really popular. I want to take that weird combo or something you haven't seen in a long time. So Earl the Young was the last not the last tournament, but I took Earl the Young and Kyrian to a tournament back in March before the shutdowns.
Oh, it's a cool idea, and I have seen some Albion armies, and I've played against one, and I was expecting it to be a bit naff, and then it absolutely smashed me. And the player, I know the player. He's not a terrible player, but he's not like top tier tables either. But they just tore me to shreds. So I was pleasantly surprised, and that it could be pretty cool. The Kings of Men edition is a nice idea as well. I really like that.
It turned out to be just Earl the Young, a bunch of sons, and maybe a banner, and then the rest was the King of Men, full Gondor knights, and then a trebuchet.
Nice trebuchet. I love my trebuchets. Yep. I love trebuchets. 3 trebuchets, men.
3.
Yep.
Three.
put an aimbot on it, and it works great. Roll 6s all the time.
That is the main thing. If you've got 3 trebuchets, you just need to roll 6s. Yeah, and you're fine. So this is cool. So I know we're missing Myers, as you mentioned, but tell me a bit about the podcast. Obviously, you mentioned that it's you guys bantering generally, which is basically podcast, isn't it? Which we love. But what was the sort of thinking behind it, and what do you aim to achieve in each episode, if anything?
Who wants to take this one?
Well, I would just say my take of it is kind of like whatever we're feeling that week. We're a little bit all over the place. We do tournament recaps because we like going to tournaments and stuff, or list building. We talk a lot about list building, and so usually one of us has an idea and we'll present it. And like Marcus had the idea of running a LSR, and because he really wanted to run a LSR, or I had the idea of running Earl the Young because I really wanted to run Earl the Young. So we'll kick it back and forth and kind of take each other's opinions. But we also do just whatever we're in the mood for, honestly.
It honestly, we ramble so much, it's hard to boil it down, but I would say at the core, it's a competitive gameplay podcast. And we have 3 areas of the game that we really, really enjoy. One is list building. So we talk a lot about list building and why we like certain concepts, synergies. So that's segment 1, I'd say. Segment 2 is, I think the one thing that we all three have in common is we do very themey armies that we think are competitive. So you'll never see us rocking a shade with Moria. Not that that's bad, but we just don't do it. We bring green alliances typically. Every once in a while a yellow, as long as it.
But it's still a thematic yellow usually.
Still a thematic yellow.
Yeah.
And so we like to talk about theme and how to make that work versus power gaming. And then the final thing is we really enjoy dissecting rules and kind of coming up with a little controversy. So having segments about if you see this at a tournament, this is the polite way to handle it. This is how you should handle it. So you'll see us kind of go through a lot of different scenarios about gameplay courtesy, explaining if you have certain things that bug you during tournaments, how to handle that. So we do a lot of, I guess, almost role play throughout a tournament venue to kind of help newer players who are going to the first one.
Yeah.
I really like that idea because often, I don't know whether you heard my podcast in September. There was a rules dispute about something, and the detail was it's a bit foggy in my mind. I've been awake for many hours, but it was something along the line of someone said, "Can you do magic without line of sight," or whatever it was, and I said, "No, you need line of sight, but there were no in the way." Yeah. Or there was a confusion over that, and it was really difficult to when there's a fundamental disconnect between what I heard and what they said, or what they thought they said, and what I thought I heard. Those sorts of disputes are probably the most difficult ones to handle. But I love the idea that you can. There are ways to work around it because it's a game after all.
Yeah. I mean, because there's nothing worse than having a dispute about a rule and getting your way, but then knowing that the person across the table probably never wants to play you again. That's like the worst feeling in the world. So we try our best to avoid that. Have a little banter about how to sometimes get through that. And we've got a great perspective on it. You know, we're all three brothers. We can hate each other's guts, and we have to talk to them the next day anyway. So, you know, we get to do all the things wrong and then figure out, okay, next time, this is how you do it with somebody who's not family.
It only took a week for Matt to start talking to us after our last game. So that's an improvement.
So what sort of debates, rules queries have come up with you guys that have actually been sticking points and caused friction at tournaments or frictions just between you guys?
I'm not going to start with con chariots. I'm not going to say that.
Oh my goodness. We need Harry to rule on this. I still think you guys are wrong on that, by the way.
I'll be interested because I have played a fair few can chariots in the past, so I might be able to help, or certainly how we use it over here. Go on, what's the dispute?
But Mitchell, go ahead, because we had...
Okay, well, there was a few disputes because I like I said, I'm looking for those models that aren't played very often, and when you play them, suddenly all these weird scenarios play out, and then you're like, well, what does the rules actually say? Because I am a by the book kind of guy. Even though like intent versus what is actually written, I get and there's FAQs, and there was a few things I discovered with the Condish chariots that were weird, but for the most part people accept. They give me a hard time for it, but it probably should be FAQ'd, and I've tried FAQing it and it just doesn't come out. I guess it just doesn't get asked that often. But one of the things that was the biggest thing was I was playing Matt and his Corsairs, and Matt kind of just loaded up all his Corsairs around one of my chariot warriors or something like that, and he's getting all his +1 to wounds, and he wins the combat, and he does his in the way strikes, and the chariot dies within the first like 1 or 2 hits, and then he goes to hit the rider, and I said, well, you still need to make your in the way checks because the model is still present, because you don't take the thrown rider test until all strikes are resolved. So the model's still there, so you still have your in the way checks even though the chariot's reduced to 0 wounds. And there was some controversy about that, but by the rules are as written, it's the model stays in play until all strikes are resolved, then you take the thrown rider test, and then you dismount your guy.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, and cheeky is all.
That part is, I think it's correct as written, but it just seems weird that thematically you've destroyed the chariot, so that means the chariot's crumbled, and it's still blocking you from killing the rider. And I think Mitchell, correct me if I'm wrong, I had like 9 Corsairs, all with spear supports, and your king didn't even get a wound because nothing made it through the chariot.
So it was unharmed.
Extrapolating that idea, would you do the same if you were attacking a mounted hero and you took the horse?
But the thing with the horse is different because yes, you still take the Throne Rider test at the end after all strikes are resolved and you dismount him. But the thing with the horse is there's no in the way. You can choose to strike the horse or the rider. Same with a fell beast. Same with everything. It's and even the Iron Hills Chariot is a little bit different too. It's the Condis Chariot that's really giving a problem because the Iron Hills Chariot doesn't dismount until the chariot's dead anyways, and then they automatically dismount. But the Condis Chariot is different because you still have the in the way checks. It's weird. And as of right now too, like there's some rules like that one is going in favor of the Condis Chariot. But there's other ones that kind of don't make sense that don't go in favor of the Condis Chariot. So like you can pick up the 60 mil Condis Chariot and hurl it with a cave troll. That's in play right now, and it'll take a 60 millimeter hurl line. There's piercing strikes do not affect your monster's charge because the way the order of operations work is that you get, if you have higher strength, you knock the model over and then you can deal strikes. And piercing strike says that when you make strikes, you get +1 strength. So the order of operations is you knock them over and then get your +1 strength. So that doesn't work for you either. So there's little things like that I feel like should go the chariot way that doesn't, and then other things like this in the way bulwark that do go in the chariot's way that makes a couple of brothers really upset.
Yeah, that's some really interesting stuff. I think the piercing strike one, I think that sounds right. The you shouldn't get the extra bonus of the charge, but then I think someone said something similar about heroic strength and the order in which that would happen.
Yeah, that immediately increases your strength. So that does work. That does work.
That would work for like the Gwai here or whatever doing heroic strength, knock something else over. But yeah, the piercing strike one's an interesting one. That's some. There you go. And how do you go about resolving these things? Do you just be a rules lawyer and point it out and tell people off, or do you just get angry?
I want a friendly game as possible. So when I have something like this, actually, I took Con to a tournament a month or two ago, and I was emailing the TL way ahead of time. I was like, hey, just so you know, I get it if you rule it differently. This is the way I interpret it, rules as written. He jumped on the same page. He was like, yep, that makes sense. When I got to a new game, before the game even started, I said, hey, just so you know, this is going to be weird. So I'd like to talk about it now before we get into a situation that might cause some problems. And then we're calling a TO over. This is kind of weird. And every single time, every game, they were like, oh yeah, that kind of makes sense actually. So they were cool with it. Once you get it all out on the board right ahead of time, most people are okay.
Yeah, I think communication is one of those things that people forget about in toy soldiers generally. And I don't know whether it's because maybe it attracts people who are a bit shy sometimes, maybe less willing to have a really open, chatty conversation at the start of a game. But I think that is really key. Just even saying something simple like, I've measured, I'm just over 6 inches away. That sort of stuff, and it saves so much hassle. And if you make sure you do that stuff, it can really, really help ahead of the game.
Absolutely.
Well, it
before
also,
you pick the model up and move it.
Yeah.
Yes, before you do something. Yeah.
Because it changes intent. Because if you're in like a clutch, you're like turn 7, turn 8, it's in game, and you accidentally, your hand slips, your hand's tired, and you bump stuff. Or you have that where you thought you were 6.1 inches away, but they measure and they're seeing 5.9. It takes the intent. Yeah, maybe something slid. The mats aren't perfect. The boards aren't perfect. But if you told them ahead of time, there's no confusion. Be like, hey, well, maybe they got bumped. Let's just adjust it back. And there's no conflict. There's no awkward moments. There's none of that. Oh, well, that just ruined the game, or that's going to win the game for you because you had it all up front. So, I'm big on talking things through as you go. Yeah. Go slowly. Don't rush things.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one. And I don't know whether you heard the Aracon coverage I did a few years ago.
Yes, absolutely.
There's a similar situation with this, and talks both sides about it, about the timing out and the length of time. And after a while, it was quite interesting. And Kylie actually coming up on the podcast next, in the next sort of hour or so, half an hour, talking about everything from Aracon to Green Dragon and in between. And I think there was probably an element of just talking about these things and just getting it out there in the open and you know, I can understand the pressure of a top table tournament and all that sort of stuff. You might be a bit more willing to maybe hold these things back because you might think, oh, I want to keep my strategies a secret, but strategies aren't exactly the same as you know, intent for where a model is going to go or whatever.
Absolutely.
So, Yeah, that makes a big difference. I'm all for smooth. Like if it's a tournament game, I even in a tournament game though, I'll still like try to help someone if I know they're trying to remember something, because I want to avoid all disputes. There's like, do you want to call any heroic actions, rather than me getting halfway through moving and then they're like, oh, I meant to call this, and a channeling or something. Just get it out on the table now. Then there's no discrepancy whatsoever. It makes things a lot easier and more fun, and especially in a casual game, like just reminding, hey, don't forget your banner. Like this is all things to make the game fun, because in the end it is a game.
And I think it's also worth noting, if you're a really good player, trying to encourage people to remember stuff makes them a better player, which means that you're becoming better as well, because you're having to, keep leveling up, as it were, and just not remind. I think that it's a bit of a mean strategy to say, aha, but you forgot to do this. And
yes.
Pointing it out, and like you can say, fine, yeah, you're right, I did forget that.
Yep.
But that's not winning in a fair way, I would say. It's winning in a kind of, aha, I gotcha. But actually, if you weren't playing the game properly, you might not have won. So, there's an element there that helping people along makes everyone better at the game and makes it more interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Completely agree.
Absolutely.
We talk about this point actually a lot on the podcast, because we love list building, and we don't get to play 15 games a week. So when you do get to play, you got to put your best idea forward. And if you're testing and you're vetting and you're stress testing this idea, and you won because somebody forgot to call a heroic strike, or somebody forgot a heroic move, or somebody missed a model around the corner, that's not like testing your idea. You want your best. You want your opponent's best. You want to put your army up against the biggest challenge to see how it does, see how the idea does. So
yeah,
to your point, Mitchell, I think that's you're not helping the other person as much as you're even helping yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. Yeah, I totally agree with that. That's a good shout. Just quickly jump in the comments, because we've got James Hogg says, effort with this, amazing effort with this. I've been popping on and off between work and child duties. Awesome stream, great guests. So there you go. You're here, guys. Keep it going, mate. Best of luck in the coming hours. Thanks, James. Thanks for dropping in and watching. So we mentioned earlier that you've been at a big tournament. So Marcus and Matt, just you mentioned, I think, Matt, you started off with mentioning Corsairs, and how it's gone so far. Have you got another day of the tournament left, or?
Yeah, 2 games tomorrow. So we do those fairly early morning, but yeah, the last 2 games of a five game event.
Fab. So do you want to do like a tournament review and walk me through your games so far in a kind of, not
yeah,
we don't have to go for every dice roll, but just to see how it's gone, and I'm sure people will be interested to know some of the quirky tales.
I think the biggest question is, did you face Rangers of Ithilien with a 12-inch deployment?
No, I did. I did not, thankfully. That was the last tournament. Okay, yeah. So I'd love to.
Okay, so yeah. So just remind us again. So how many points we got, and just both of us, both of you tell us your list, and we'll work it out from there.
750 points. Leader of my army was Dalamir, and he was leading 9 Corsairs with shield, 8 Corsairs with spear and shield. I had a captain with a crossbow. He was leading 12 Arbalesters. Then I had a bosun with a spear, who was leading 3 Corsairs with shield, 2 Corsairs with spear and shield. And then allied in was Suladan on horse, and he was leading 6 Serpent Riders and 5 Haradrim Raiders with war spear. So I had 12 cavalry thrown in to try and get some range onto the Corsairs. And Suladan counts as the banners, an actual banner, so that was my banner list.
And so how many models was that in total, and how much might have you got?
49 total models, and then let's see, I've got 3, 5, 7, 8 might on the list. So very, very low might for me. I'm typically a might hoarder, but
that's a lot of models, and you've got a lot of cav as well. So nice,
with a lot of +1 opportunity, as you know, it's got a lot of killing power.
Yeah, awesome. So Marcus, what was your army?
So definitely not 49 models. It's much more on the elite side. So Durin was the centerpiece. So I wanted to do a Kingdom of Khazad-dûm. So Durin is a 12 Hearthguard. The second warband is a King's Champion with 7 Khazad Guard and 3 Iron Guard. And my last warband is a Dwarf King with 2 Iron Guard and 6 Khazad Guard. So adding that all up, including the banners from the King's Champion, that should be 35 models. But really 33 combat because you get the 2 banners from the champion. But,
right, yeah. Okay, that's interesting. So, walk me through it. Who were you against in your first games, and how did it go? I know it didn't go so well for you, Matt.
Yeah, so round 1, and this is actually funny because all 3 games went amazing for me. I just didn't win 2 of them, just the way it worked out. So the first round was Contest of Champions, and I was facing off against Dane Ironfoot in the Iron Hills, which that's not the matchup you want to see for Contest of Champions. And honestly, I quartered my enemy. I killed his leader. And I only lost to Dane on a kill count by 1. So Dalamir killed 4. Dane killed 5. Here's where I really messed up, and this was just bad generalship on my part. I thought that you got points for killing the army leader regardless of who killed it. And the scenario clearly says you only get points if the leader kills the leader. Mm-hmm. So I killed Dane, and at the very last turn, I had an opportunity for heroic combat. And I heroic combated instead of heroic striking. So Dalamir failed to kill anybody because he lost the duel. That would have tied it. And I still thought I'd won because I broke him and I killed his leader. But then when we read the points, I was like, well, good game. And we all thought I'd won. And then we read, I'm like, oh, I lost 2-3. Oh, well. So if I had just not gone all in, because I knew he was about to quarter, I could have just not charged and easily gotten another turn of combat with Dalamir. So that was just shame on me. But it was still a fun game. Great opponent.
And that is one of the thing that you always hear from competitive gamers and people who are long-toothed in the game. They always say, read the scenario pack, make sure you know, keep your eye on the scenario. So, it's sad, though, because we all make exactly that mistake, no matter how many games we play of those scenarios. You make mistakes.
Marcus is about to kick me off the podcast for that mistake. So you might not see me around anymore after that.
All
Matt, who's Matt?
Right before the game, Matt hands me the event pack. He's like, "Hey, do you need to brush up on these?" And I was like, "Well," and then he comes back to me just like, "Oh,
shame."
So your first game, Marcus,
So mine was super interesting. I played against a list I'd never played. It was a Moria list, Moria Goblins. The leader was a Moria Goblin captain. No equipment. So in Contest of Champions, I was thinking, okay, I got a pretty good chance. But he was led by
Goblin captain should be a cakewalk, right?
What else was he bringing?
He was supported by 2 cave drakes, 2 warbats, and almost all Moria, black shields, which have the +1 to wound dwarves. So I was actually. But it ended up, we were playing in this like town board, so it was almost like an Osgiliath, but it wasn't Osgiliath. It was more like coastal townhouses. But in the middle courtyard, there was 3 fountains, so there was only a few fighting lanes. So it actually worked out really well for doors. You kind of stuck in the doorway and never got trapped. But in the first turn, Durin charged in. I got priority. The captain was behind. He was shielded. But Durin charged into warriors, killed 2, called a hero combat, killed another 2. So he got 4 points in turn 1. And then for the rest of the game, got 0 kills. So I ended up winning on the general kill count 4-1. And the cave drakes, like my guys kind of waded through his warriors, but the cave drakes with 6 wounds were way harder to finish off than I thought. And the risk with all my guys being 1 fate, captain heroes, the risk of that Gaby Maw just kind of picking off 1 and devouring them completely, it was a lot scarier than I thought. But I ended up winning on the kill count by 3-1, breaking his force, killing his captain. So I think or maybe I only wounded it. So I think it was 8-1 was the final score. So ended up being a wider margin, but it was a lot closer on the actual game.
So the cave drakes, fight 7, aren't they? So
fight 6.
Oh, 6. Okay. So if you strike, you're automatically winning against them in terms of fight value for your fight, your King's Champ and the Durin. But I see what you're saying. The risk is a lot.
I think it's the 4 attacks, 5 on the monstrous charge at strength 6.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
the knockdown.
That's the scary thing. Yeah.
And he did a really good job of always positioning them to where it wasn't just like my dwarves fighting in a doorway 1v1. There was a potential for a bat to come in, so I was having to screen against bats. which means I couldn't bring a full army to bear. And then I bring 2 heroes. I did on 1, and they got bogged down for like 3 turns. Like I couldn't finish him. So
how many goblins did the guy have? What was the sort of total numbers in the army in the end?
40. I think he had 48 tool models.
That's an awful lot with 2 cave drakes and some bats kicking around there. Yeah,
that's what I thought.
I like that army. That's really cool.
We had a lot of. All right.
Wait a second. We're the Durin Show. Hold on.
I finally take our namesake and I get crashed.
I love the Durin army, but that double cave drakes with bats and a load of goblins sounds really cool. I love the idea.
I forgot the other key element. He brought a lot of prowlers too, which normally I'm not the big prowler fan, but mixed in with Black Shield, they went really well. The throwing weapons picked off a few guys. The +1 to wounds, always a threat. Like you can't lose a combat, otherwise you're gonna die.
Yeah, and they're 2-handed, aren't they? Or a prowler's always 2-handed?
Yep,
So, yeah.
but supported with the spear support Black Shield. So he was doing a lot of frontline prowlers, Black Shield spear support. So everybody's +1 to wound.
Right.
So yeah, and they can piercing strike too. So they're strength 4 a lot of the times with the 2-handed. Yeah, because they don't care about defense.
Absolutely not. That sounds meaty, but you got the win, so well done. Against an army that's clearly designed to beat dwarves, that's a good going. So excellent work. So yeah, Matt, on to your second game. What was that like?
So the second game, and it was a random draw, but the second game was another scenario I'm not a huge fan of. It was Seize the Prize, which is fun, but I was playing against a Mordor army, and he had the Shadow Lord as his leader. He had a generic Ring Wraith on a Fell Beast. Shagrat and Kardouche were his 4 heroes. And he had a bunch of Black Numenorians and then regular orcs with spears supporting them. So a lot of terror, a lot of magic, super annoying with Kardouche and 2 Ring Wraiths. And he had Pall of Darkness, which is like evil blinding light against my shooty army. So not a great matchup. So the way it started, just to kind of quickly go through it, we both had our heroic marches lined up to try and get to the prize first. I lost priority. He marched and covered it up with 3 models. That was all he was able to get to. And I immediately had Suladan, a bunch of cavalry charging up against. I had my Suladan up against his Ring Wraith. And then a bunch of cavalry on the charge. And I'm thinking, this is great. I'll kill this Ring Wraith. I'm going to flash kill the Ring Wraith. And then we'll move on and I'll take this prize. Suladan rolled 3 1s. The other horse that was in on the Ring Wraith rolled a 2, and the Ring Wraith rolled a 6 and won the combat. So I couldn't even might it up to win that. And got rended, failed his fate, so he's down to 1 wound on the first turn.
Almost flash suicided. Yes. Guy. Oh my god, that's brutal. And the banner and 4 attacks, 5 attacks in the charge, something like that. That's crazy.
Yeah, because he doesn't get his attack bonus because he's charging into the Fell Beast, but he's still the banner. Yeah, but anyway, so I was immediately on the defensive, and he immediately picked up the first time he tried to dig up the prize. He dug it up on a 4+, and he handed it to the Shadow Lord on horse. So the Shadow Lord kind of backed off into his side of the board, and I spent the rest of the game corralling him into a corner. I broke his army. I didn't get broken. I'm trying to remember what else. He got 3 points at the end of it when the game ended. He got 3 points for having the prize in his corner, and I got 3 points for breaking him and not being broken myself. And then the game ended. So it was a tie, 3-3. It was just almost impossible. But I mean, at the end, I outnumbered him like at least 3-1 at the end, and I had all my cavalry still.
Did the game time out then, or was it just you broke him and it was at 25%, or was it?
You guys help me out. I believe that ends at 25%, doesn't it?
Yeah, but both sides have to be at 25. That's the one.
So
it
timed out.
Yeah,
it timed out.
Yeah, it most likely timed because that one is the only one that both sides have to be at quarter for it to end naturally.
That sounds right. Yeah.
Wow. So it was a 2-hour and 15-minute game, but yeah. So it was one of those things where I was thinking halfway through, I'm like, this army kills very, very quickly. Because I was getting traps everywhere, so you get the +1 to wound, and then all the lances on the charge. It's pretty fun.
That's awesome.
Does sound good.
It is the big gamble of he flew the Fell Beast, 4 or 5 inches past the objective to try and create a shield wall or barrier. And the gamble paid off.
I was like, oh, you have messed up big time. I'm going to flash kill this thing. And then the ones, it's like the dice just laughing back at you.
It seems to me like a really odd choice to put a standard ring wraith on a fell beast. Because you don't have strike or anything. I mean, I say this, I've done it before myself, but that was in a Witch King on a fell beast, normal guy ring wraith on a fell beast, and Sauron. Which feels like a more kind of reasonable place to put him because I didn't have a choice of the other fancy ring rates. But it's an odd in an all. I guess it's probably for points reasons, but
it depends.
Or something in there.
It depends on if they max that ring wraith out or not. You lose out on the special rules, but you gain a little bit of a better caster, or you could save on some points somehow. But yeah, I agree. It's kind of an interesting choice. I don't know if I do it.
I think I'd be more concerned about the fight value because fight 5 with no strike means you.
Well, there's only 2 of them that have strike, anyways, right?
Yeah, but even I'd say Kamul, given that will, even that will to bump up 6 every time.
I'm right there with you. I run Kumul on Fell Beast. Yeah, the fight 6 plus strike, and recovering your will back. It's just amazing.
Yeah.
One other funny thing about this that you guys have got to hear because it's just funny. So I had 12 Arbalesters and a captain, so 13 crossbows, and he, of course, had the Pale of Darkness, but he wasn't covering his whole army. So I had 3 full turns of shooting with 13 crossbows. And for the first 2 turns, I did not convert a single hit. The third turn, I converted a hit, but never wounded. So in 3 turns of 13 crossbows against D5, not 1 kill.
Did he lend you the dice? This is sounding odd.
We were all just kind of laughing because I'm like, this is statistically very improbable.
Can you imagine it being the other way around with all 6s?
Yeah. But it never happens that way. Never.
There was my lamenting I wanted to tell you guys about. I got a kick out of that.
That's funny.
Yeah.
He's on the other side like, oh boy.
Yeah. I mean, the probability stuff it's always amusing to hear these kind of statistical anomalies that I suppose you only ever remember the row of 1s in a row when it really hurts you when actually so they must be happening at other times, but
I never remember the 6s that I get.
Those are
that's the strategy. That's as the game going as according to plan. Like
Yep.
So Marcus, your second game then, how did that one go? Was it second game?
Yeah, second game. So this one was weird. So same scenario, Caesar Prize, but we were on the kingdom. It was the bridge of Khazad-dûm. So it was a beautiful board, almost kind of raised in the middle, so the bridge actually gained some elevation, going arching over this chasm. And then there was 4 bridges total, 2 on each side. So 5 total bridges to get across this chasm. And again, I'm thinking, I'm dwarves. I get to fight on bridges. This is going to be perfect. I have March. This is why I put Dwarf King in my army list. So I set up Durin and the Dwarf King right in the middle of the bridge so I could march to the objective. And my opponent did something that I definitely don't agree with. I think he had some sort of strategy in his mind, but he was playing Isengard, and it was old school Isengard, Lurtz, Mahur, Rasku, 5 crossbows, like 5 Uruk-hai scout bows, a handful of Marauders, a handful of Pikes, and Isengard Troll. So and in a Sharku and a contingent of War Riders. So it was a really kind of piecemeal style of Isengard.
Sounds like a lot of heroes and big cost things in that list.
Yeah, and so right at the beginning, I thought I would have at least somewhat of advantage. Obviously, it's going to be hard to get to the middle, but I would be able to fight on these bridges. So right away, he puts his troll as the front model on the bridge. And the troll's base blocks the entire bridge, so nobody else can get around him. So I marched up in 2 turns. I dug up the prize, and I pulled up at my Dwarf King. I was like, okay, I've got a D8 hero with the prize. I'm on a bridge fighting forward with my 2 big heroes. Let's just beat it forward, and I'll get 5 points. Well, for the first 2 turns, that was great. But what he did is he put up all his archers on the side, so he was shooting me from the bridge. It was literally like the Helm's Deep movie when the Uruk-hai are running up the gangway, and the guys are just like turning left and just obliterate them.
Nice.
Over the course of the game, he probably killed 12 or 13 Khazad guard off that bridge.
Wow.
And
I suppose they're
on the
straight
other side,
so they're shooting. Yeah.
but then on the other side, I still feel like I had a numbers advantage. Maher and Sharku tried to challenge the King's Champion, his whole warband, plus a couple reinforcements, because I couldn't get everybody on the bridge, so I sent some guys to back them up. And long story short, the King's Champion, a banner, 5 Hearthguard, the rest Khazad Guard, against an equal number of Urukai of lesser quality, lesser elite status, obliterated me like 5-1. My King's Champion burned all his resources, didn't kill a single model. I tried to kill Sharku twice, failed epically both times. The kill tally, I think I got 2 kills in the first turn, maybe 1 kill with the troll and the throwing dagger. But the final kill tally was like, I got quartered. So 26 guys died or something, 27 guys died. And I only killed 12 Uruks. It was insane. So
cool.
he was converting like crazy. But at the end of the game, I was still able to keep the objective with my king just on his side of the board. So I still got 5 points. So what was the final score on that one? What are the victory conditions? No, I didn't break him.
Must have timed out.
later?
Oh, Lurtz tried. That's what it was. Lurtz tried to charge in at the very end to kill the Dwarf King, and Durin got to come support. So I ended up killing Lurtz. So I think that's 2 or 3 points.
Yeah.
So I got 7-8 to his breaking
3.
So 3.
3.
Yeah, 7-3. That sounds right. I think that was the final score. So
Nice. But again, this is the age-old. You played the scenario, and he didn't. Yeah, he might have smashed you in combat and shot you to bits, but you walked away with the prize.
Yep.
Just barely, because these guys are running back on me. He's coming up from behind me. If he would have gone a couple more turns, it was not looking good. Yeah.
That board you're talking about, that is a scenario in the new book, and that's where you do the Belrog versus Durin on the bridge, and you have the other bridges. That's a fun scenario too. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Was that the White Dwarf, the new White Dwarf book?
Well, I know for sure it's in the armies of the Lord of the Rings, and it's a 1K versus 1K battle. Essentially, it's pretty fun. I built that board to play that scenario because I love Durin. I'm the reason we named the Durin Show.
Nice.
Yep.
Nice. Oh yeah, I should have asked about that. Why did you come up with that if you played it very much? So have you played with Durin a lot then? Because Marcus obviously just encountered it.
Yeah, I play with him quite a lot. Actually, I probably exhausted Marcus from the dwarves for too many games.
There's like 10 years straight of Durin.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, since he's been released. Yep.
So hopefully you've been able to absorb the strategies over those years.
Yeah. I have my own play style, which is a little different from Marcus, but at the same time, it is quite similar. It's quite elite. So I think I do with the new rules, I do 15 Hearthguard, 12 Iron Guard, 7 Dwarf Rangers with bows, Durin, a Shield Bearer, and a King's Champ. That's 800.
Shield Bearer is interesting.
Yeah, that's just to give Durin free hero combats. Yep. And then the 12 Iron Guard I take, they're Courage 5 with Durin, but they also get to reroll for their failed Courage. So basically it's a fearless army, but with a lot of 2 attacks that you split with those Hearthguard that are getting +1 to wound.
Yeah, I like the idea of that. I do have a Shield Bearer that I haven't used in a very, very long time. So
yeah, Durin calling free hero combats is great. It is. You get Durin and the Shield Bearer on the edge, and they're just looping all the way around, and the Hearthguard are pushing one way.
Oh, that's ace. Yeah, I like the sound of that.
It's sneaky. It's one of those little sneaky things where you don't think it would be significant, and then all of a sudden in the middle of the game, a dwarf army that typically doesn't have a ton of might is generating a lot of actions that they normally wouldn't be able to do.
I think that's the thing with Durin, isn't it? And because he's not a mounted hero, you're not kind of always 100% sure he's going to be able to kill, say, 2 models. Mm-hmm. So you're like, will I get 2 kills this time? Is it worth the heroic combat? And then you end up umming and calling the might, and then end up having to spend an extra one to convert a second wound. But if you get 3 heroic combat, you don't have to worry about that as much because it's free. So that's really cool. I like that idea. So that leaves us with a third and final game from each of you. So Matt, and we've got Kylie in the chat. Shield Bearers are the bomb. There you go.
I agree.
She'll be in the chat in the next 20 minutes or so for the big for the next guest. So let's come up to your final game, Matt and Marcus. Matt, how did the final game go? Who were you against? Or how did it all pan out?
Okay, so the final game we were playing Command the Battlefield, which is one of the newer scenarios, as you know. So Maelstrom deployment, I was up against an Azog's Legion. And so Azog, there was 3 warbands. Azog was leading 2 warbats. He had a Gundabad troll in there with a crushing club, which was kind of scary. And just a bunch of orcs with shield support and a banner. Then he had Thimble on a war with a couple warriors with him. And they had a Gundabad captain with shield leading just 5 orcs with shield and 5 with spear behind. So this one was kind of cool because when we deployed, he had Azog on the west side of the board. He had Thimble in the middle side north board edge. And he had his Gundabad captain on the east board edge. So he was starting in 3 quadrants. I put my 3 Corsair warbands on the south board edge. So imagine he's on the left, he's up high, and he's on the right. And my first 3 warbands are on the bottom. And then I saw Thimble was kind of out by himself. So I brought in my Suladan warband right behind Thimble. So I surrounded a smaller warband. And that just put him in a really bad spot from the start because he was immediately burning might, trying to get out of there. Azog was desperately trying to get into combat, but he was so far away. I was able to basically eliminate the captain's warband and Thimble's warband with just my Serpent riders. So that went very well for me. And then by the time we engaged in combat, I had such a model advantage. I flash killed the troll in 1 turn because I threw a smoke bomb into the troll, which channel transfixed him. Nice. And then I got like 8 Corsairs into him with +1 to wound. So the troll died in 1 turn. The highlight of the game, Marcus actually got to see this, but I had Azog had charged into a cavalry model, so he didn't get his bonus. And I just surrounded Azog with Corsairs. And Azog flubbed his duel roll. He only got a 3 high, and he was all out of might. And I won the duel. And so here I've got I think at least 12 strikes on Azog. All I need is 5s. 1 5, and he faded it. So Azog didn't take a wound. But I just had such a model superiority. And the way deployment favored me, it was a crushing defeat for my opponent. So I won that when I had all 4 quadrants with double model count. And I'm trying to remember what else. What's the other? I broke him and I didn't get broken, so that was a 10-0 win for me.
That's one of the new ones, isn't it? The new scenario before. What did you call it? Command the Battlefield, was it?
Yeah, that's a great one. That's a really good one.
I've only played that once, I think, now, but it certainly has potential. I like the fact that it's the opposite of the usual one, is that everyone fights in the middle, and this is kind of pushing you out from the centre. So you're doing dancing around the outside.
It's a maelstrom, but it's a good maelstrom because you want to be spread out. So I actually really enjoy that one a lot because maelstrom doesn't screw you as much in that scenario. And that 12-inch dead zone that's in the center, it's quite a lot too. So you're really on the edges. You're really on the outside.
Yeah, it's shocking how big that 12-inch bubble is in the middle. It doesn't look like it'd be that big.
It's 12-inch diameter, isn't it? It's rather
than,
Yep.
12-inch radius. So from the center, 12-inch. And so we play on a lot of 4x4 boards. 4x4, and so that takes up quite a lot.
Absolutely. So Marcus, that leaves your final match to end on a high. Marcus, tell us what your last game, how it all worked out.
It was actually a tournament first. I've never had something like this ever happen to me in a tournament game. But a matchup, it was strongly favoring me. My 35 boars versus 96 goblins in Command the Battlefield.
Oh no!
So it was Goblin Town. It was the classic Goblin Town. So Golem, was it Grima or something? Grinna. Thank you. The accountant, the scribe. Then 2 mercenary captains with full warband. So
Goblin King.
Yeah, and the Goblin King. Okay. So we roll. He actually wins priority, so he has to deploy first. He doesn't roll great, so I actually position. He fails, I think, 2 of his tests to come on, or no, they're mercenaries, so they don't come on the first turn. And everybody else, I put in 3 corners of the board, totally spread out, and the accountant didn't come on. The scribe didn't come on. And then I go deploy, and I'm thinking, okay, I have to blitz kill, I have to flash kill something, and then I'll sit on, a half, a quarter, and then I'll try to break him. This is gonna be really hard. and I roll triple twos, and I opt not to burn any might because I was like, man, if I go down to 1 and re-roll, I could re-roll the same thing. I need heroic combat. I'm thinking I got to kill a lot. And he puts me in the same corner, all 3 warbands together. Like, okay. So we move 1 turn. I move, from my corner to the middle, and he runs back. I was like, okay, so we go to the next turn. I get further, so I'm now on the center line, so I'm kind of straddling 2 quarter-ends, and he moves back. And I was like, are you gonna charge me all? He's like, nope. And I was like, okay, I'm just gonna castle on this quarter half. He's like, okay. I was like, are you gonna charge in your king? He's like, absolutely not. I was like, okay, I think we're at a stalemate here then, because if you're not gonna charge anybody, you don't want to be broken. I can't get any victory points for breaking you or killing your hero. I'll have 1 quadrant. You'll have 3 quadrants. I think that's a 5-1 or 4-1 score. And he's like, yep, sounds good. And I was like, so we'll just call it? And he's like, yeah. So we called it turn 2, and not a single combat happened. And he was, when I say he was running away, he was like 14 inches away from me. So even if I marched, his warbands had march in them as well. So he could have just matched me, and he was just planning on running in a horseshoe. And if I would have spread out, then he would have jumped on everybody at the same time. So I knew I had to stay kind of castled and balled up. And so we never even got to a combat. And after we reached the final score, we ended up, playing a hammer mash, smash mouth game in the middle. So we went into brawl, and we still got to roll some dice. But yeah, the final score was done after a turn and a half. It didn't even finish his second turn move.
That's a little bit disappointing. I can see his point. If it's a tournament, I can see the logic. But even so, that's a little sad, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's actually something kind of similar. It's just weird things that come up in tournaments. We talked about, Matt had a Corsair versus, we were joking about it earlier, but he had Corsairs versus Rangers of Ithilien on a 12-inch deployment. And, Matt was very sporting about it, and he still went at him and never fought a single combat. Because the Rangers of Ithilien obviously shot his Corsairs. But if you're in a tournament, maybe the best place is just to castle up and say, sorry, we're going to call a draw. I'm going to hide, you're going to hide, kind of thing. But it's kind of disappointing to get games like that. I really don't like that. I want to see games I want to play.
I will say, so I don't want to put a bit further,
like Kylie in the comments as well, agreeing, sucks. Sucks to hear, real shame. I totally agree. That's not game, sucks.
I feel like I'm doing a disservice. He was a great guy, and this was a very friendly discussion, but again, he was playing well. He had 2 major victories. He's playing at top table, or he's plans top table tomorrow. And we talked about it. I was like, well, if you charge in, you could maximize your victory points in case you get into some sort of tie game situation in game 4, game 5. And he's like, it's not worth it to me. I don't want to risk being broken and having all my guys away.
But I just never want to win by not playing. If you're winning by avoidance, it just doesn't seem right. But that's probably why I don't a lot.
I've encountered games and tournaments where exactly this sort of scenario has bitten people in the bum in the end. So if this guy goes 5 wins to 0 tomorrow, and there's another guy who does the same, then he might have the VP difference, might not have enough points to take the top, and then he'll really regret not playing that game. So I understand take the win where you got it, and if that's the only option, then do it. But clearly it wasn't the only option in this game. And if he'd had all those goblins, I think he could have had a good chance of beating you in that scenario.
And in the end, it's still 96 goblins. You still have great chance of
the scribe, and he brings back so many goblins. It was crazy in our Hammer Bowl, because we kept playing. He brought back 21 in 3 turns, or that's an exaggeration, but however many turns, 21 more guys. So I was thinking, even if I brought a couple honesty bows, that wouldn't have helped, because it still would have been net 3 or 4 more guys.
Yeah, that's I think I just genuinely think this person could have definitely beaten you fair and square. I don't know how good they are as a player, but if they've won 2 major victories, and that seems like a really, really good scenario for them. So he could have won.
He was down then.
Yeah. But
so hopefully Matt will play him tomorrow with the shooty list, and so I can get some revenge for the name. But I think the shooty list.
Corsairs for the victory.
Well, and all the throwing weapons. I think the throwing weapons would match up really great.
That would tear a hole in the Goblins, but we'll see. We'll see. But either way, so in the end, you've got 2 more games left tomorrow, and Marcus, you're on 2-1, and Matt, you're on 1-1-1. So, what are your hopes? Who are you looking? Do you know who you're going to be playing, or what kind of armies you got?
Oh yeah. Can you list your matchup?
I didn't. They put it up on the board, but I didn't catch it. But I would really actually like to get a crack at 96 model Goblin army, because I just with 49 models that shoot, I think I'd do pretty well against that. I guess only not 49 models that shoot, because my horde doesn't all shoot, but that would be fun either way.
How many people are in this tournament?
It was 16. Supposed to be 20, but 4 dropped out due to I think there was travel concerns with the pandemic going on, so 16.
Okay. Yeah. So I was going to say if this guy won three games, it might be unlikely to play him next. But there's a small field, so you never know. For the win.
You both are still in it for a podium, so that's cool.
Yeah. I have a big game tomorrow. So the guy I'm playing, I did see my matchup, and I was talking to him a little bit because again, my game ended in 10 minutes, so I had 2 hours to kill. He's playing a Rivendell Lothlorien alliance, so it's interesting. It's Lady of the Light, no, not Lady of the Light, Lady Galadriel, so the caster version, allied with Elrond. There's a pretty heavy contingent of the Galadriel Court Guard with the Fight 6, and then a lot of Rivendell Knights. So super Rivendell Knight heavy, Blinding Light, obviously, some immobilizing options. So I think I'm going to have a chance to use the Dwarf Kings. So I was talking to Matt, the heroic resolve.
Yeah, resolve. Nice.
I think it could be big against Elrond's Nature's Wrath. So hopefully I'll get to try that out a little bit.
I think the Dwarf King is one of the best models to have that, because you don't care if the Dwarf King doesn't charge that turn. I think most characters that have resolve, you want them to be in combat. So I think that's an excellent character to have.
The only downside with resolve is if you call heroic resolve, you can guarantee Elrond will not be doing Wrath of Bruin that turn, or so he'll just wait.
Yeah.
So just be careful of that.
It'll give me the chance to maybe overextend and not be worried about magic and just super countercharge all one, because he'll be sitting back with his Rivendell Knights. I'm imagining there's going to be a lot of kiting, a lot of shooting. So I'm going to have to find a strategic way to kind of lunge out and strike him at the right point. So who knows?
Sounds interesting. That sounds really cool. Well, guys, I've really appreciated you popping in for the last hour or so and talking Toy Soldiers and talking about the Durin Show. It's a newish podcast. When did you start again? Was it the summer? I think
April.
April. It was. So it's been around for 6 months or so. So it's a new podcast on the block, but. Not to be fair, not much younger than mine, and I've probably done almost less than you now after the year I've had. So thanks very much for. It's great to talk to some more content creators, and nice to hear the perspective from the USA as well. So thank you very much for joining. I've got many hours left. Just under 7 hours left, which. At least I'm in the home stretch. I feel that's good. So coming up next,
keep going hard.
Yeah, thank you. We've got Kylie from the Green Dragon, who's commenting, so we'll be able to hear all about her strategies and thoughts and processes. So ace. But in the meantime, the three brothers, the brothers Durin, I've really appreciated you coming in.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us, Harry, and great cause. Appreciate you doing that.
Oh yeah.
Thank you very much. As you mentioned, there's a donation thing in the top corner. So if you're watching right now and you haven't donated, click on the take a photo of the thing, or go into the comments below and follow that through. Right, I am going to ditch you guys out.
Okay.
Cheerio. Thanks very much.
See you guys. Bye.
See you later.
Bye. So there we go. Durin Show out. But thank you very much to the Durin Show. The three brothers there. There's 4 of them actually in total that are involved in the podcast, and this is a relatively new 6-month-old podcast talking all about SBG. From the perspective of 3 American brothers. Brilliant. So we've got about 5 minutes or so before we are due to have Kylie, Aracon SBG champion, in the building. So what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to start this on a new stream. So I think I'm going to start on a new stream. Does that make sense? No, I'll carry on with the stream for a bit longer, but we'll have to take a little bit of break. I'll get Kylie in the studio. We'll warm up. I'll have a bit of a break, stretch my legs and splash my face, keep me going, and then we'll be back in about 5 minutes, I hope, and we'll hopefully be chatting about all sorts of things, including tournament review of Minimise in Australia. So we'll be back. But as I mentioned, as the guys mentioned just then, I'll quickly dip into the kind of the cause behind all this. So let me just I'll just cancel a second. So I just want to dip into the fundraising cause. They mentioned what we're doing this for, why it's all happening, and it's all for food banks here in the UK, which are supporting people in this tricky time. That obviously people have lost out on income because of the pandemic and various other different reasons. So this is the reason I've managed to raise over £1,000, 1,041. So we've smashed the target, and we've still got hopefully the final last push in the next 7 hours. So feel free, head over using the QR code on the top left, top right as you look at it, and the link below to donate if you fancy it. You can tell my voice is suffering a little, so I'm going to take 5 minutes to break. And then we'll be back with Kylie. But just a reminder of what all this is about. It is about this.
I mean, first of all, it's been very busy. We've increased by 108%. Since March, we've given out 52 tons of food. A lot more people have had to go on benefits this year. Universal credit, the numbers have increased so much, but that's because people haven't got jobs anymore. We had a mother come in after not eating herself and mashing her last potato for her 6-month daughter, and she came into the food bank because that was her level of desperation. It just makes me want to cry. But I'm happy that she came. I'm happy that she was helped, and we've been able to support her further and connect her in with lots of different places that can help her further. So I'm pleased that we were able to be there for her. And but the fact that she was in that position in the first place is just absolutely heartbreaking.
You can see that I've been doing this for 17 and a half hours. Thanks very much, Matthew, for commenting and saying no sound. There is no sound, and there's no sense coming out of my mouth because we're doing this for 17 and a half hours. But thank you very much, everyone, for staying tuned. There's some amazing people coming up in the stream in the next few minutes. This is legends of the SBG community, of the highest order. Lots coming up throughout the morning, by the way. I'm going to just dip in briefly to the schedule so that people have a bit of an idea what's coming up in the next half an hour before we introduce our next guest, who really needs no introduction. So let's just pop in. Let's have a look at the schedule. So this is what we've got. We've got in the next hour or two, we've got Andrew Cox from Beard Clipper, who's from Bulgaria. He's doing some live terrain building with me, using knife and super glue with lollipop sticks in the wee hours of the morning after streaming for 19 hours. That will be fun, so you don't want to miss out on that. Jeremy from the Green Dragon podcast is coming on later. We're having discussions about controversial things that Jeremy loves to discuss. Later on, the other big podcast in the SBG world, the Out of the Frying Pan podcast, at 10:30, we'll be talking painting. Haven't really touched on painting very much throughout the stream. That'll be all later. And at some point during that hour, Lachlan Linton-Keane will be dropping in from Zorpa's Up Gaming to build me up to the end of all things. But in the meantime, I've got to introduce my next guest. This is someone who is a legend of the SBG community. Came across from Australia twice in 2 years running and made it to the top tables of the biggest tournament in the world. It is Kylie. Hello.
Hello.
Oh,
good to see you all.
Oh, I love that. That is your trademark introduction on the Green Dragon. So I love it. You just came out straight away. Bam. Hello. And we're there. We're in a safe space.
This is what happens when you work in live performance for the better part of 10 years. You kind of get used to kind of just entering in with a big explosion.
Entering in. I see what you did there with the Entmoot line.
Someone caught it. I'm surprised you did, considering you've been on for 17, 18 hours now?
Yeah. So I've got 17 and a half done. So there's 6.5 left. So yeah, it's getting to that stage where I was fine until about 3 o'clock. And then during the last discussion with the Durin Show, who are amazing, by the way, I've never encountered their podcast until the last month, and finally listened to a few of their episodes last week, and they're great fun, and they were great fun just chatting to them. But I could sense myself wilting slowly through that. But it was great to have them along, and it's great to have you along, Kylie. I need some Australian energy this time of the morning. Absolutely.
Well, it is 4:30 in the afternoon, as you can kind of see from my window here.
Yeah, it's light.
It's nice, bright, and sunny.
It's definitely not bright and sunny over here. It's dark outside. I've opened the window so I can let some of the wintry cold air in to keep me awake a bit. But yeah, I'm struggling. I'm struggling, but it's good fun. I'm having so much fun talking about the hobby, and I think it would be really difficult if I wasn't enjoying the hobby and having a great time doing it all. So I guess I say you need no introduction, Kylie. I mean, you're a lady of many talents in the SBG community, and the Green Dragon podcast, I suppose, is where many people will know you. But you've also gained this kind of fame, notoriety from Aracon. So, but I actually don't know a great deal about your kind of hobby history. How long you've been in the game for a very long time?
I have been in the game.
So tell me it all. Tell me the history.
Cool. All right, so I've been in the game for probably the better part of going on 15 years now. I started playing this game when I was about 12, 13-ish, way back when with the old Fellowship rulebook. So I'm one of the very few people that has played through consistently through every single edition of the rules and seen every single change, and it's been a bit of a journey, and it's kind of been the bedrock since my teenage years. It's kind of like this solid thing that I can keep coming back to whenever I feel sad and alone. And I know that I have this amazing community I can jump back to if I ever need to pick me up. And I've made some lifelong friends through this game. A case in point, Matty, who you may hear yelling at his monitor because he's currently in a competitive game of Valorant. So we may hear him kind of yelling through the wall at some point. But yeah, like I met Matty through gaming. Jeremy as well, same thing. We wandered into the same club one day, basically on the same week. We went to a club out east in called Nuttawading War Games Association. I'm not sure if they're still around, but yeah, it was almost fate would have it kind of deal. Because he kind of walked in, wasn't expecting to find anyone playing rings, and I walked in, wasn't expecting to find anyone playing rings, and we found a whole bunch of people playing rings. So we kind of started from there. Yeah,
that's amazing. And just to clarify, your Victoria area. So is it Melbourne you're in?
Yeah,
or?
Melbourne.
Yeah.
I'm Melbourne based. Always been Melbourne based. Although I have lived pretty much everywhere around Melbourne, kind of north, south, east, and west. So I've seen a lot of our little city down here, down under.
Yeah, and because I get the impression that you've got a sort of quite a tight-knit but relatively small community of SBG people there. I mean, what sort of numbers are we talking in terms of how popular it is now, and how has that changed over the years? Has it grown from a small base to a small base, or is it a big thing that's dwindled over the years?
Yeah, it's actually kind of really fascinating how the particularly the Australian scene as a whole, the whole national scene, kind of started out with myself, Maddie, and Josh. So originally we had like a small core group of players, probably about a dozen or so, that would regularly meet, regularly go to tournaments, and just kind of knew each other and would schedule games and stuff. And then as kind of the years got on and we got older and we started to hit, 17, 18, and we had our own way of getting around. We had our own cars at that, like getting to that point, and we could start moving around a bit more freely. Me and Josh decided, bugger it, we're going to go to Sydney and go beat them up in their own tournaments. And that's what we did. We went to Sydney and we went and beat them up in their own tournaments. And we thought, hey, that was fun. Let's go to Queensland next. So we did the same thing in Queensland. And then we did the same thing in South Australia. And Maddie tagged along for that one. And basically, over the period of about a year, we went up and down the East Coast and connected our community together, which started bringing a lot more players out of the woodwork, especially because like this is all the way back in like the forum days when Facebook wasn't really a thing. So we kind of built this community by traveling, by getting to know everyone personally, and from that, all these other obscure players that kind of got into the hobby through collecting and just having a love of Lord of the Rings started dipping in, and you found your occasional Battle Games in the Middle Earth player that had them sitting in the closet, and then you had your transfer students, I guess you could call them, from 40k and fantasy, and eventually the community kind of expanded from this core group of 12 or so, about a dozen or so in each state, to really branching out into these bigger communities. It's probably not going to sound a hell of a lot for a few UK guys out there, but for us, branching out to 50 or so players in each state was a big deal at the time, because we're a pretty damn small country. Tabletop wargaming isn't as popular down here, particularly with 40k and fantasy at the time having a much bigger impact. But for us to almost double our community size in the space of basically 12 months was a really, really big deal for us. And then over the years, that's just continued to double. And we're kind of in this really cool spot now where we keep seeing old faces that we remember from, 5, sometimes even 10 years ago, coming back into the hobby because they've seen like the new additions and stuff like that. So yeah, it's been good. It's been good.
Yeah, I love that, and it all sounds very organic in the same way that I had Dan Entwistle on in the would have been the first of the 3 or 4 streams that we're doing, and he was talking about how they basically wanted to pick up the baton when GW kind of stopped supporting the game largely, and stopped releasing stuff after The Hobbit, and kind of stopped doing tournaments at Warhammer World. So, and I love it when communities decide, I'm going to do it. I'm going to take on that baton and do it myself. And like you say, grow that community out of just a pure passion for the game and not necessarily any kind of financial incentive in the way that Games Workshop would want.
Yeah, it's interesting you kind of say that too, because that's basically the timing for us as well when our community kind of exploded and started to get really big was when Games Workshop, at the time started to pull back on their support with the hobby. We hadn't seen a profile, and I think it was like 14 to 16 months or something ludicrous. We hadn't seen new models or new profiles. And during that time when we started to travel and started to make these bigger tournaments, make these bigger events, and started to, actually move about. Because, back then we were, we're all in uni and had a lot of time on our hands to just go around and do stuff. Not so much the money, which, looking back on it, was probably a little bit reckless by us, but, it was at the end of the day, something that changed our lives. Because, I've got friendships now that have got me through some really, really tough times in my life, and I know supported so many members of the community just by having an outlet just to, have fun and be yourself.
Well, it's those early days. I mean, you say, it's reckless spending wild amounts of money on toy soldiers and traveling across the country and stuff. But it sets the course of that ship of where you're heading in life in a way, and helps you kind of understand who you are and all those sorts of things, which I guess are really valuable at those times. The friends that you surround yourself with and you choose, the friends you choose are so important, and that can be essential, and I love that. That these tournaments are kind of ways to bring together like-minded folk and individuals that have so many different talents and skills, like whether it's painting, writing thematic army lists, or doing the maths and whatever. It brings together all the kind of same themes and passions into everything, and makes for a wonderful hobby and a wonderful group of people usually.
Yeah, without a doubt, I owe a lot to Jeremy and Matt at different times. Jeremy was kind of the one that kind of supported me when I was like a little snot-nosed teenager that had way too much attitude that was good for herself. I kind of showed me the ropes with gaming, and then later on in life, Matt kind of came in as this solid rock that would do crazy stuff like fly to Europe on a whim to play in a tournament that we hear was pretty big. So
yeah. Okay, well, you brought it up. So I've introduced you in a couple of ways as being a Green Dragon host, and you've mentioned both the other two main Green Dragon hosts at the moment. And Aracon is a big thing, and to me, it seems crazy that you'd be willing to spend an awful lot of money, an awful lot of time out of your daily life to head across the world to play in a toy soldier tournament. And it's the biggest toy soldier tournament in the world for Lord of the Rings. I get it, and you want to prove yourself, but what made you do it? I mean, it's crazy.
Well, it was all right. So the first year when we first heard about it, we went, it started off as a joke. Because as all these kind of things, it starts off as a joke. It's like, oh, wouldn't it be cool to go over there and like show these Europeans how it's really done? And then it was kind of like, yeah, it's not going to happen though. We kind of sat on for it for a year, and then we heard it went nuts. It was like 140 players, something ludicrous. And I'm like, wow, that sounds really cool. We should do it. And then the next year, again, the jokes came up, and I was like, hey, we should go do it. And then it was like, why don't we? It was like, why don't we? Do you have time off? I'm like, yeah. August is like whatever for us.
Mm-hmm.
And then it started to incrementally, like I remember distinctly, we're at a tournament in Sydney at the time, and Maddie on a whim looked up the flights to see how much they were, and we found Brunei Air was doing a special. It was like $960 return, and we went, that's affordable. And we booked the tickets then and there. Drunk, half dead of exhaustion from four full games of gaming at the tournament. Surrounded by a whole bunch of our Sydney and Melbourne friends, egging us on with peer pressure, and we hit buy on the tickets, and that's kind of how it happened and everything.
So it was a drunken decision at the end of a
basically. I'll admit that I always wanted to kind of like go to a world championship for like gaming or something like that and play it, because it was on my bucket list at one point. My old bucket list that I've recently completed, but it was on my bucket list to play in world championship. Didn't matter what it was just play in world championship. And at that point, when we started to become real, it was like, yeah, let's go, let's do this. And we started putting in practice into army lists and talking about it and sorting out logistics and actually putting in the time off requests and stuff like that. And then it happened. We went, and it was a life-changing experience, because for me, I hadn't been outside of Australia at that point. I'd only traveled around Tasmania and locally, but for me, it was like this massive culture shock in a way, and it was the good kind of culture shock where you kind of realize just how big the world is, and sitting on a plane for the better part of 26 hours, and it was an experience I'll never forget.
And meeting all those people as well, like the hundreds of people across that had come. To be fair, travelled all the way from all parts of Europe and from America and Canada and places like that. So that's that's something else. Meeting all these people from across the world that have this united kind of hobby experience, which is just amazing. So and like someone's just saying in the chat, minus Italy is talking about the fame having spread to Italy. People know about you across the world, and I guess that's because of things like Aracon and the Green Dragon. But so yeah, and also minus expressing stuff about why you didn't participate in the Masters in Australia this year. I remember vaguely hearing about this on the podcast. There was some wasn't there some problem that you couldn't get the day off or something?
So last year I couldn't get the day off. I was locked in for a shift because for those of you that don't know, I work in performing arts, so I've actually been hit pretty hard for COVID, but we'll get into that in a moment. But at the time I was rostered on to do a school show, which basically meant I was locked in for the whole week. So if I dropped the one shift on the Saturday to go to the tournament, I would be dropping every shift for the week because I wouldn't be on show call. So basically, it was at a time where I was like, I really can't afford to drop a whole week's worth of work. And basically that's why I couldn't make last year. And then this year I couldn't make it because Victoria was in stage 4 lockdown for COVID. So getting anywhere outside of the local supermarket was a bit difficult. Let's just put it that way.
Man, that sucks. That really does suck. So yeah,
I'm really looking forward to it because I've started to like dabble in the list that I was going to take, and I'm quietly confident I could have taken Andrew out in the finals if it had to come to it.
Well, that's interesting. Well, so I was going to say, Aracon obviously didn't happen this year, and I don't know whether you were intending on going this year or not, but what sort of, because the list, the points limit had changed down to 600-ish points, I think, things like that. I mean, did you? So first of all, did you intend to come back to try and hold that SBG Masters, Invitational Championship, or were you not sure?
Yeah, actually, I had a full-on massive holiday planned. I was in talks with Devon and some of the Ottawa guys and stuff from Canada. I was actually planning on flying into London, I think the week before the tournament, playing in the tournament, and then flying out with the Canadians or the Americans back to play in. I think they had the week after they had their Masters event or whatever it was. I can't remember the name of the tournament now. It's my mind's going blank.
They have a big convention, don't they? I can't remember what it's called. Nova something? NovaCon.
Yeah, Nova. That's it. I was planning on going to Nova basically the week after Aracon, and then heading up to catch up with my my sister, who was currently in Canada at the time, and then chilling out with her a bit, and then flying back. But unfortunately, as we all know, this thing called a global pandemic hit, and that went belly up real quick. So flights never got booked. And in hindsight, it was probably a good thing because I really have kind of, in the past 8 months, really needed the cash that I ended up not spending to go on the tournament to basically just kind of survive a bit for the time, because obviously performing arts have been hit pretty hard from COVID. So
yeah, I mean,
it's been in flux.
I can imagine. I mean, I mean, obviously, in the ideal world, there would have been no COVID, and you wouldn't have needed the extra money because the work would have still been there. But yeah, I know what you're saying. It's been a horrible year in so many different ways for so many different people. So and that's partially what this is all about. This stream raising money for charity that help people who've really struggled in particular this year. So as well as providing some discussion about the hobby we know and love. So. It's been a rough year. But now things are sort of returning to normal in Australia, right? Cases are really low.
Yeah, we had a really, really, really tough past kind of 4 months. So we're pretty proud of what we've done in Victoria. We basically went from having 700 cases a day back in August to, as of I think it was like October, November-ish, down to 0 cases. So we kind of did nothing for 4 months. Everything was closed, shut down, locked out. And yeah, we're now in this really cool position where we don't have any real active cases of COVID in Victoria, and across the country too. It's been really, really good. Everyone's kind of switched on, managed to get and go, right, yeah, this is the thing we probably should deal with. And yeah, we don't really have much to worry about in terms of COVID. Obviously, we're staying, COVID safe and stuff like that. We've got our masks, sanitize all the time and doing all the social distancing stuff. But that looming threat and worry and fear of, oh shit, am I going to get COVID, is kind of gone now, which is not something I was expecting to happen like 8 months ago. And yeah, it's a good feeling because I've started to go back to work. I'm starting to do to do shifts again with the theatre, and most importantly, we're able to start playing games again and hanging out with friends and doing the stuff that we were doing before all of this craziness hit. And it's just been the amount of appreciation we have for it now is just it's indescribable. Just kind of that change and that feel of not really socializing with other gamers for the better part of 8 months to coming back and just feeling that relief and that joy and remembering why we loved playing this game so much. I mean, I still have Matt because I live with Matt's here in our apartment, so we had the occasional game, but even still being able to go in and meet friends we haven't seen in 4 months was indescribable feeling.
That's amazing, and I'm so glad to hear that the tournaments and things are happening again, which brings me a segue nicely into yesterday for you. You played probably the first tournament you've played in months, I'm guessing. Minimise
since Unleashed in Brisbane, which was in January.
Wow,
so
nearly 12 months worth
ish. Yeah, it's insane. I thought the rust would be there, but I was pleasantly surprised I wasn't as rusty as I thought I was.
Well, I suppose luckily everyone else is just as rusty as each other at the moment. So when you get back into it, it all balances out, I'd like to think. So I really want to know all about it because we had Jacob Lucas on early on in the stream 4 hours ago, but I'm quite addled at the moment, so I can't remember a damn thing he said. But I know Minimise is a really small tournament, and it was especially small this year because there's no big venues allowed open and stuff like that. But it's 300 points, and there was like 10 people or something like that.
Yeah, so we had 8 players. So it turned into an invitational, which basically translates to everyone that wasn't busy on Saturday. So we had 8 players show up, which was great. All good friends, all good mates of mine. It was great to catch up with them and stuff. And Minimise has always been this. It was always intended to be an entry-level tournament. I started running it, probably about 13 years ago. And then after I kind of ran it for about 10 years, I went, I've had enough of this. And passed the reins over to one of our other Green Dragoners, David, to basically run and do with the tournament what he wished, with the proviso that it remained a small tournament. So it's been a fun one because you always get to experiment with different lists and the crazy shenanigans that happen because lists are so small and you're so restricted in what you can do. You have to kind of get really inventive with how to win some games or how to approach certain situations. But yeah, it was an absolute blast. Just good to get rolling again and playing competitively again was also quite nice.
Yeah, and 300 points. I mean, I don't know whether Jacob seemed to imply that 300 points is actually quite common for you guys, or maybe because Minimise has been such a fixture for you guys. But I've never played a 300-point tournament. I don't think I've ever played a 300-point game. I've played 200-point games as part of Slow Grows. But what is it you like about the 300-point level?
Well, fun fact, it used to be 250 points way back in the day. But when Warbands came, we upped it to 300.
Yeah.
But what we love about it is you're more invested in every single model in your army. Whereas at like a 750 or an 800, you kind of go, an orc is an orc. At 300, that orc might be the sole model that can capture an objective. Every model suddenly becomes precious, and there's littler room for mistake. is another thing as well. So you get these really kind of small micro situations, really clutch moments simply through, you know, a one-on-one combat between an elf and an orc suddenly becomes this tense nail biter where you're going, oh god, if this orc can manage to survive this turn, I've got this game kind of deals. And it can swing on a knife's edge as well. You'll be surprised what can happen. Whereas with a 35 model army, is like you lose 5 guys in a turn. It's like whatever. At 300 points, you lose 5 guys. That's probably a half to a third of your army just gone in front of you. So you have to really manage what you're doing and how you're playing. But particularly for the new players, it allows them to put what limited models they have on the table and kind of learn slowly without, you know, lots of chain heroic actions being thrown around. There's not as much magic rocking around. There's less that you have to manage in terms of like heroes and stuff. You don't have to manage as much might, will, and fate. There's a little bit more to kind of, well, not more to do, but there's a little less thinking you have to kind of really process through. So it's much easier for the newer players to get through. And it's always been our kind of ramping tournament to get these players that might only have 300 points worth of models up to the bigger tournaments where, you know, we're throwing down 750, 500 point armies, and, you know, the best of the best are there.
I love it, and I love that there's a low entry cost as well in terms of physical money, which is great for especially for newer players. And I like this when we've done some slow grows with my local groups here in Lincoln, and just getting new players in and having them learn at 200 points and then grow it up is really useful because they get to really know that hero. They really know how what makes it click and what makes them everything meld together really nicely. So it helps build a better player, I think, at lower points level. So I can see the logic behind it. Just before I've got some more things I want to talk about Minimise about. But for people, there are people watching who are asking questions, putting them in the comments, and feel free to drop them all in. I will get to them, but I'll get to them all once we've got a whole list of questions. So drop some questions for Kylie.
Look forward to Q&A.
Yeah, exactly. SBG World Champion from the Aracon 2019. 19? Yeah, it was. Asked the question.
Runner-up for 18 and I think, 19.
There are displayed proudly on the wall behind you. Love it. So in terms of this 300 point, at 300 points, what would you say is the best army? Bearing in mind, you've obviously had some experience in the last 24 hours.
Well, I want to take the cop-out answer and say there's no such thing as the best army in Lord of the Rings.
Good answer.
But at 300 points, there are definitely better armies than I think are worse ones. I think particularly you want cost-effective models. So stuff like Gildor, Malher, stuff you get really good bang for your buck kind of models. You know, there's kind of I think on the most recent episode of the Green Dragon, I called them bargain basement heroes.
Yes, this was with the Isengard stuff, wasn't it?
Yes, those kind of heroes, the 3/1s that are, you know, rocking in at 50 to 60, 70 odd points that, you know, give you a lot of stats and a lot of opportunities to actually make plays on the table are really, really good. So anything with 3 might, really, really good. Anything that's dirt cheap, 50 points that give you good warbands, really, really good. So anything like that, particularly with the Legendary Legions, as we found out this year, are also really, really good because they give you a little bit of extra oomph that the bigger armies or the other armies that don't have those abilities or don't have that cost effectiveness are not going to be able to catch up to and deal with. So there's some really kind of those kind of armies are the ones that will generally do better than the others and generally will fare a lot better because at 300 points, a point of might is everything. Like you will be using your might more often than not at 300 to win combats and kill models rather than calling strikes and heroic actions because every model is so precious. Taking one off the table is just a massive deal.
So in terms of, so do you start with a good value hero at this level? So say you find a hero that is, say, 60, 70 points, whatever, with 3 points of might, strength 5, and then go, right, okay, that's the beauty hero that I want. Say it's Uglug or something like that, and they go right and build an army around that. So that's interesting. So what did you go for then?
I went in completely opposite direction.
I thought you might.
That's probably the most reliable Raider Rider is. The other way that a lot of players have in the past done. They didn't do it this year though because we were kind of working with what we had on our painting tables. But in the past, other people have gone for the it's 300 points. I'm going to take something you can't stop. So Mortal Troll Chieftains, Birder, Cave Drakes, those have appeared in Minimise in the past. Spider Queens as well, and no one can stop them because no one's got the tools to deal with Treebeard at that points level. But again, there are other things you give up by doing those crazy combinations.
But this year there were some restrictions, weren't there? So you can't have fewer than 3 models.
So you have to take 4 models, which means every army can be broken, every army can be quartered, and that's actually a fairly important thing for 300 because you don't want those cheesy lists where someone just basically goes and a dragon.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing I'd do. Bring Sauron along or whatever.
You have to be a lot more clever about it, particularly when you're going like the monster route of going, and I'm going to take a Troll Chieftain. It's then suddenly, okay, how do I keep my everything else safe whilst the Troll Chieftain goes smush, smush, smush? So you get these really cool, interesting dynamics in a game where sometimes you might have, particularly in one of the games I played against, I constantly had Lurtz and Malhurt trying to get into my back line, into my soft targets, because they didn't want to go deal with my big superhero because he was just too much to deal with at that point. So they were going after the soft targets. Meanwhile, I'm trying to get my big superhero into their value hero to kind of like hedge them off and get rid of them before they can break and quarter me and end the game.
That's interesting. So run me through your 300 points then. What was the full list?
I went with what was on my painting table at the time. So what I originally was going to be taking to Australian Masters, and then I was going to be taking a version of to Aracon if it had happened, was Galadrim. So I had taken Celeborn with the armor, the shield, and the sword. And he had 6 guards of the Galadrim court. I think a couple of Galadrim with shield, 3 bowmen, and a sentinel in there as well, kicking around.
Okay. So you've got a lot going on there. They're quite an elite army though. Like that's especially at 300 points. You've got a big Lord of the West hero. You've got 6 fights, 6 pikes, and then just elves generally is quite elite. So I mean, did you come up against anything? Well, actually, it might be worth just having a look. Talk us through some of the matches. There's only 3 or 4 games to talk through, so go for it. Let's talk us through how did they?
Yeah, well, I had. Well, funny you say this because round 1 I went up against David. He was taking your list.
Hey,
the grudge match. We were waiting. We were making all sorts of wisecrack jokes about where's Harry? Is his flight delayed? How is he getting here? Why is he haven't walked through the door yet? Kind of stuff. And
I wish I could have been there.
I think you're on the money with Isildur. Isildur is one of those heroes at 300 points is very hard to deal with. The ring is such a really good utility piece. A really good piece of war gear there. However, I don't think the captain was what you needed.
Okay, so just so people know, my list was Isildur with a horse, the ring, and a shield. So you could drop the horse if you need to and just get the ring on if you come up against something particularly scary, or if you need to jump through the lines to catch someone. I put a Numenorian captain with a horse, a lance, armor, and shield, and 10 warriors of Numenor with shield, so 5 in each warband was the idea. So I thought my idea was send the big hitters forward, smash stuff, and then hopefully the Numenorians come in, take a bit of the pressure off and just shield until the 2 big hitters do their job. I don't know what David did with it. I mean, it sounds like he's not done it right.
No, David did it perfectly. He actually probably gave me probably the most nail-bited game at the tournament I had, which for round 1 was kind of saying something. It was really tricky because we were playing the Destroy the Supplies mission. I had the option for deployment, so I decided to put play long way, so it was a bit narrower than normal. But it was a really interesting game because I was actually on the back foot for, I reckon, 90% of that game. Simply because David got this it was a absolutely gorgeous move. He got this really sneaky move in with his captain, where he managed to get back around, get onto the objective, and then managed to position perfectly one warrior in between a gap so I couldn't get any elves through. And then I basically failed the clutch roll on my sentinel to kind of push this captain off the objective, and then the captain went boom. All right, it's 2 objectives to 3. Balls in your court, Kylie. And I'm like, okay, I need to figure something out here. And basically the game turned down to trying to dissuade Isildur from going in. Because one of the really cool thing about Galadrim Pikemen is they can spear support, which means they're not affected by the ring. So I was able to do these really sneaky things when Isildur went in, throw a pikeman in behind his combat to kind of stall him out a bit. And then eventually I managed to chip enough wounds off the captain and get a really sneaky heroic combat to just slingshot a couple of my archers forward towards David's objective. And then it became a stall game. Shielding for the life of me because strength 5 and strength 4 really hurt. Basically, anytime I lost a combat, a dude died. And that was getting really close towards the end. I had like a Galadrim court, like holding up 2 guys. But eventually I managed to hold off just long enough to get my models onto David's objectives, blow them all up, finally going all in on the remaining dudes and just, you know, wipe out the remaining Numenorians and end the game before David could blow up the last 2 objectives.
Wow! So it sounds like my list wasn't too bad, but it was defeated by the high fight value.
Yeah, David piloted it really, really well. I was keeping kind of tabs on him throughout the tournament, kind of wanting to see how it went, and he was doing really good things with it. The problem he kept finding himself in though was he didn't have enough models to either capture objectives or do delaying actions. And that's part of the thing. Yes, the captain can go in and kill a lot of dudes, but if the opponent has more models than you, which a lot of the time they did, and mind you, a lot more models at 300 points is 3 to 4. It was enough that it hurt David in the long run, I think.
That's interesting. So I guess, here I did spend 75 points on a captain with all the kit, which I knew that this was going to be a risky maneuver because I knew it would end up leaving me a bit down on numbers. But if I'd have put Isildur, given him an extra 5 warriors to fill out his warband, the concern I then had was, what do I do with the rest of the, I think it was, what would it be, 30 points? So, and that was, I guess, a banner. Yeah, I just thought of it there. Yeah. So that's interesting. So 5 extra guys and a banner, and suddenly you've got Isildur, banner, 15 warriors in Numenor, and that could be quite good. That could be good. So, but okay,
rusty bows, and you've got some real threat there with that force.
Interesting. Well, so you won that. What was the score in the end with this first game?
The first game I think ended up being it was a high total for both of us because David got 2 objectives, so it was like something like 8-4 or 8-5 or something like that. The last half of the game kind of like blurred out a bit because other shenanigans on other tables were happening.
Okay.
That were let's just put shenanigans were happening on other tables.
Right, interesting.
Distracted by what was going on there. But it was a close game. In particular, it stalled out Celeborn a bit, which I was getting worried about because the tie-breaking points was kills done by leader across the whole tournament, and Celeborn at that point was on 1 kill. So I was like, I got the win, but I didn't net any tie-breaking points. So I was kind of all in to get wins from that point in.
So game 2 then. So game 2. So you've won the first game. So you're sort of the upper echelons of the players in terms of what's going on. How did it go? Who were you up against?
I was up against Jacob. And this, I very rarely say dice rolling makes or breaks a game. It's generally what you've done up to the point where the dice rolls have come out a certain way for you to have lost on dice rolls. I'd like to redact that statement because, oh my God, I rolled my way out of this game. I got so many kills where I probably didn't deserve them. I was up against Jacob's Grimhammers, so he had Thror and 15 Grimhammers or something ludicrous, 15 or 14 Grimhammers. So these are guys with throwing weapons, high strength, and they count as being in range of a banner when they're near Thror. So when I came into this game, I'm like, all right, we're playing the mission where we have to run to the middle. I think it's whole ground, and I am outnumbered going into this game. Okay, this is going to make things interesting. I can't fight him head up. I'm going to see if I can get 4 kills early with shooting, and hopefully that will be enough for me to actually run onto the objective and actually grab it. I get the 4 kills from shooting, which was yay.
Unlikely.
And then the Grimhammers got into range with their throwing weapons and killed 2 of my elves, and I was like, shit. And I started panicking because Thror had finally had actually managed to win the roll-off and got in front of Caliborn. So I was kind of going, I really wanted Caliborn kind of go Enchanted Blades into Grimhammers and just try and kill dudes. Because that was at that point my win com was get rid of the throwing weapons. I don't care about Thror. I have Fight 6 shielding. I can stall him out long enough that he's not going to make a huge dent in my army. And then the bullshit dice rolls started to happen. So there's a couple of times when I had 1-on-1 combats or 2-on-1 combats that I was winning straight up against me and then just rolling a flat 6 to wound just out of nowhere. Like there's a couple of obviously where I managed to get trapped from sentinel pools and stuff, but for the most part, fighting front to back, you would expect the dwarves to be a bit more resilient than losing, 2 to 3 dwarves every turn. I think there was one turn where I killed like 5 or 6 Grimhammers, which was 30 of his army in a single turn from only one model being trapped. Like I was expecting 1, maybe 2 kills that turn. Ended up walking away with 5, and I kind of sat there scratching my head going, okay, all right, stacks on, boys. Let's try and seal this game out. But even still, even with all that amazing rolling, there was a point where I had to make a choice of, do I play for the next turn or do I play for this turn and try and end the game? Because I was in this awkward situation where I wasn't quite on the objective and wasn't quite not because of how the terrain was playing out. So I ended up going, all right, I'll play for the next turn. Overkilled the dwarves to the point where I brought them down a quarter way too quickly than I was expecting. And I was lucky that the dice roll came up 5, went another turn. And at that point I had, something like, I think it was like 7 or 8 elves to 3 dwarves left. It was kind of a forlorn conclusion, and the game ended on the next turn. So it was like there were some real moments in that game where if my rolling had been a little bit worse and Jacob's rolling been a little bit better, it would have completely changed the landscape of the game.
That's really interesting though, because Jacob's on the stream earlier and he did mention this game, and he sort of he kind of half mentioned that there were some good rolls on your side, but he did compliment your play style. He said that you put things in the right places to benefit from those dice rolls. So I think you may say you've rolled your way out of it, but obviously you've done something else to manage to put yourself in the right positions.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to do silly moves like walk into a river and fight in the river against Grimhammers or something silly like that, or position myself in such a way where my opponent's going to get, a full round of throwing weapons at me. But it was the fact that it was like front to front, shield wall to shield wall, 2 dice to 2 dice, 1 dice to 1 dice, and me throwing 1 or 2 dices to wound and getting 6s. Not just one combat, but 3 or 4 combats consecutively. And it was that constant doing wounds when you were expecting the dwarves to kind of hold out a little bit longer. Because I think like getting a 6 on 2 dice is only roughly around 25% or something like that. It's not great odds, but to get it consistently across multiple combats, that's what it gave me a window to go in and really punish it, basically.
Interesting. So you ended up winning though. So you're 2 for 2 at this point in the tournament. You're thinking, I'm rocking it up, I'm sorting it out, it's going to be absolutely fine. And then game number 3, your top tables. What's going on? Who are you up against?
I'm up against my good friend Tim, who in probably the past 18 months, 12 months, has absolutely come into his own as a player. He has been absolutely phenomenal. I've been kind of like showing him some really advanced tricks and in like high level concepts to kind of get your head around like surface area and positioning and stuff like that. And he's been taking that all to heart and just been playing out of his mind. So I was worried going in because I was up against Lurtz's Legion, his scouts. So he had Lurtz, Malher, and a whole bunch of dudes, and it was just like I looked at it and went, man, if there's an army that has the tools to beat me, this is it. Like he outmaneuvers me. He's on par with shooting, and he's got two of the best value heroes in the game, basically. So I was worried. Went in, we got the tag one, the one capture and control. Mm-hmm. So it was an interesting setup. There was this really awkward building on awkward ruin on the table. I had my sentinel inside it with a couple of dudes, and my plan was I'm going to bottleneck both entrances to the ruin and force out the Urux and buy some time that way. Timmy had the opposite idea. He had, I'm going to go into that, I'm going to kill the two guys in the entryway to that ruin and absolutely demolish Kylie and create an opening through the ruin and march back into the center. So it was an interesting plan for both of us. But at the last moment, Tim saw an opportunity to go into Celeborn, and he took it. And I saw him go for it, and I'm like, wasn't expecting him to go for it here, but I'm not entirely unhappy that he has. And then the dice rolls hit the table, and we both rolled 4 high. And I'm thinking to myself, Timmy, you need to spend your might here to get me out of might, because if you let me go to strikes here with 2 might available, I'm probably going to kill Lurtz because I chipped a wound off him earlier from shooting. And Timmy ended up going, no, I think I can tank it. He doesn't spend the might to take out my might, and Celeborn goes in and just goes, a set of 4s, 2 points of might, and a reroll. Decapitated Lurtz in one go. And at that point, that kind of set the tone for the game. Malher was coming around the flank and made a very similar position where he dived in on a whole bunch of elves, forgetting, of course, that I had sentinels. So I moved his guy out of the way, charged and trapped Malher, and got the decapitating strike on Malher. So I killed both his heroes, but the problem was I wasn't on the objectives. So Timmy had four of the 5 objectives, and I was kind of going, how am I going to get these back before Timmy breaks and ends the game? And it was this weird game of Timmy trying to run away and get things to die, and me charging things to shield them so that they wouldn't die, so I could get to the objectives. So it was a game where I think I played my hero better than Tim played his hero, but he played his troops better than I played my troops. But in the end, with a couple of tricks, I think I came out just enough ahead to kind of seal the deal, because there was a moment where if the dice roll had have landed on a 1 or a 2 and entered the game early, Timmy would have either walked away with a win or walked away with a draw.
Oh wow! So that's an interesting that you say about the usage of heroes, and this has always been a tip I've had to new players that I'm not no professional, but learning how to use your heroes is probably the most important sort of trick you can learn when playing and learning how to be good at the game is maximizing the potential of those heroes, because you put all your points into them, they've got all the resources, and if you don't quite maximize that, then you can really end up wasting the potential of a really good army. And I guess that's a fine example is using Celeborn to its fullest there.
Because one thing I found with Celeborn during the course of this tournament is he's really good at grinding out enemy heroes, because he has such high defense, reliable attacks with 3 attacks and the Lord of the West. And if you are lucky enough to have a banner, he gets up to 5 attacks, and the pikeman can get him up to 7. Like, he's just so reliable front to back, and he has a different role within a list than other heroes, because most other heroes will take him out or have some sort of maneuverability options or be able to manipulate your opponent's ability to move.
Yeah.
Celeborn doesn't really have that. So he's just kind of there to rely on his DPS. But the trick that I've been finding a lot is how much he relies on the enchanted blades. I have a newfound respect for enchanted blades and how amazing that special rule is, because holy crap, that spell can get you out of some jams. And like, there's been criticism that Galadrim doesn't have DPS and ways of dealing with high defense heroes. I reckon that's completely null and void. There are trade-offs to get the two wounds in, but if you know how to use two-handed weapons and know how to use enchanted blades, you can crack just about anything.
What's DPS?
Damage per second. Sorry, I play a lot of like Warcraft and stuff back in the day. So whenever it's like dealing damage or being able to deal wounds, I always call it DPS.
That makes sense. No, I get that. I get it now. Yeah, you say DPS. Sometimes I wonder. You've got so many analogies and acronyms and all these sort of things in.
I apologize. I've been like trying to be super conscious about which ones I'm using on this stream, because I'm like, this is not the Green Dragon. Not everyone has a dictionary in front of them to understand my lingo. Keep it simple. And I'm like, I'm getting ahead of myself again.
No, you're all good. It's great. So in terms of so that leaves you. So it was 3 games, but then there was something unusual in the last game, which kind of you pairing up to play a doubles game with.
Yeah.
So the top player, which I'm guessing by this point is you. And with the bottom player, and you team up and you make a super army, and you play a final doubles game. So what happened there? Who were you teamed up with?
I warned Matt before the tournament that taking Aragorn King of Lesser was going to be a bad idea. And did he listen to me? No, because he ended up in the bottom place coming into round 4.
As in Matty next door, in the next room?
Yeah. Yeah, okay. That very same Matt, the Matt that constantly makes quips at my expense, Matt. So he was playing basically 9 Minute Warriors and Aragorn King, and yeah, it was quite interesting our last doubles game, because I had drawn up against Ben, who was playing a Drizag Spider Bat combination, and Tim again. Because Tim was at that point still running pretty high on points. So we had Duel of Wits as the scenario, and it was really awkward because David had implemented a rule of you can't talk strategy before turn 2. So we had this like weird gesture thing going on, and we're trying to like predict what heroes we both wanted, and it turns out that the game was a lot closer than either of us kind of really realized going towards the end. The way Matt was moving and positioning Aragorn and his troops, I thought he wanted to get Tim's heroes off the table. And I had selected the Goblin Captain on Drizag's side, on the Goblin side. So we're kind of like trying to angle in, but they were keeping their heroes super safe. We managed to get Malheur early, and I thought, all right, we're safe, we're good to go, kind of stuff. But then kind of disaster sort of struck. Basically, Matt got enveloped. Basically, everyone kind of sort of ran to the middle of the table, because I was expecting to get basically teamed up on the first couple of turns. So I had basically bunkered myself into a forest, going, all right, well, the bats and the goblins aren't getting to me. Only the Uruks can, and I know I can take them because I just played a game against them. So it ended up happening where Aragorn had marched close enough where Tim was like, crap, and then he ran into the middle, and then we both collapsed on him. But the goblins collapsed on the Minas Tirith. And it had this interesting dynamic where basically the Minas Tirith were playing the biggest delay action in, I reckon, probably any game I've ever played. So by the end of the game, every single Minas Tirith warrior had died. Simply because they were trying to hold off and create this buffer zone for the elves to kind of get in position. And eventually I got into position. I managed to get all my elves into this kind of awkward little ruin in the center of the table and kind of castle up. And at that point, we finally managed to get Aragorn and Celeborn basically standing right next to each other. And at that point, I kind of I said out loud to the table, I told Maddie, right, let's play slow. Let's take this to break and then chop off the remaining heroes' heads. And Maddie was on board. We slow pushed it back out. We waited for that one turn where we finally got them broken, and then we went in on the heroes. We got a lucky sentinel pull out of the way on a goblin, and got into the goblin captain, managed to get stacked on with the pikemen, managed to get the 2 wounds in and kill the captain off a lucky fate roll, flopping out of nowhere. So we were kind of lucky in that regard, because what I didn't realize was Matt had also picked the goblin captain at that point as well. So we were in this awkward spot where if we hadn't have killed the captain at the end of the game, on that very last turn, we would have lost.
Wow. But then it happened. So that is another win. That is a win on Kylie's checkboard of success
without losing a single model too. So that was kind of
in the whole of that game, not even one elf.
That round 4, I didn't lose a single model.
But you did sacrifice all of Matt's Ministerial to do that.
We did sacrifice all of Matt's Ministerial. But it turns out when you have Fight 6 Galadrim with pike support running down the line, and I'm playing in such a way where the pike supports were basically all the combats had at least 1 or 2 spike supports supporting them. With banner rerolls, you don't lose many combats.
Yeah, so I can imagine that is the case. Well, that sounds amazing. And what was it like? How did you feel, sort of, playing in a tournament and doing well and all that sort of stuff again after all this time away?
It was interesting. It was kind of like back to it, I suppose. It was a feeling of like, this is kind of like getting back to some semblance of normalcy, because we were playing, like there was a period in my life where I was at a tournament every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Like, I think it was 2014. I played in some like 18 tournaments and ran another 4. It was kind of silly and borderline irresponsible, but getting back into that kind of rhythm and being able to play, I just play high level stuff without being frowned upon, and people saying why are you playing so hardcore in a casual game. It was kind of nice and refreshing, but mostly because we were reconnecting as a community again. That was the big thing for us, was sitting down on in the shade, eating plums off a plum tree because David has a plum tree.
Nice.
Reason. And just chatting about the game, just talking about upcoming models, what we like, what we did, and what we got up to during COVID and stuff. And yeah, it was a good feeling to have.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like the have being in the same room as the people that you might have sent messages with one another over the last sort of however long it's been doing all this, but it's not quite the same, is it? As being there in person and just sharing those jokes and laughs in person. That's always. I think that's my favorite part about all this is the in-person conversations that you do genuinely miss. So
100%.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about all that, you're saying about the models you're looking forward to, the lists you're looking forward to, and there's obviously been so much stuff that's been released this last 9 months, 10 months. There's the Quest of the Ringbearer book. There's been some old White Dwarf books, the Rohan book, and even the Match Play Guide is relatively recent. When you consider that was out in February, and the pandemic hit in March. So I mean,
that Match Play Guide. There's so much good stuff in that.
Yeah, I mean, what are you most excited about in terms of getting games going next year? I mean, is it just a mixture of those things, or is it anything? What is it particularly?
I'm really looking forward to seeing how competitive formats change and adapt. I think the one scenario from each pool is really going to standardize a lot of tournaments, particularly because it means people can't take as much silly stuff, or they have to put more thought into their silly stuff. So it's kind of what the word I've been using is those toxic armies that are just not fun to play against, or just kind of look at this really crazy gimmick, and it's good in these 3 scenarios where I pretty much auto win, but terrible at everything else. Those are going to have some really serious rethinks, because with how those brackets are kind of set up, I think it's really conducive for really good competitive play, because you really do have to think about how you're going to do in all the scenarios now, because you're going to be playing some variant of that style. I think the only kind of quirk I have with it is the unique bracket. I think all three of them should have been secret objective fog of war type missions. I think that would have rounded out the whole thing really nicely.
Yeah, I think. I'm those new objectives. I think I've always loved the elite, smaller, the hit almost hero focused armies, and there's definitely a lot more objective based ones now, and it feels like my kind of my fun list that I used to do with like Sauron and the Witch King or whatever on Felby's, like there's just no way you can play it anymore really, and want to achieve the high levels of victory that you kind of want, and even something like the Fellowship of the Ring is that there are too many times now that you can't actually win that. So so it's a shame, but I guess that's part of the shake up the meta, and that might change again. So you never know.
Yeah, overall, I think it will be healthy. Mostly because it means people have to put more thought into it. I like it when there's choice in the game, and you have to really make decisions about what you are and aren't putting in the list, and particularly how you're playing it on the table. And honestly, I think these new 6 scenarios are pretty good all round. I like
the scenarios. I think they're really good scenarios. Yeah, it's just a shame that they're all objective-y. That's for me.
Yeah, I don't mind the all objective-based kind of missions in here. I think Assassination was a really good addition as well. I think the game shines around those objective-based missions, because part of the fundamentals of the game are the movement phase, and all of the new scenarios really promote movement and really promote you getting into your opponent, getting to a point, so that there are combats. Because a game kind of like touching sort of back onto the point you kind of went with the Durin spoke about the game, but they about where they didn't really have a game. They just kind of shook hands and went 5-1 your way kind of deal. I think a lot of these missions will go far into alleviating some of these problems, because of how you have to move together and move towards a point on the board, or move to engage your opponent to actually have a game and to have interact. Because when you're not interacting with your opponent and you're not, trading resources, I'm going to strike here. Well, I'm going to counter that strike with a heroic combat strike combo over here. Well, because you're going to do that, I'm going to defense up. And, having these up here kind of conversations where you're talking, where you're trying to counter what your opponent's doing with your own stuff, I think is what the game is about. That's where the game absolutely shines, is when both players are spending might, casting spells and interacting with each other's models. That's where the game shines.
Yeah, I think, and that's the most fun stuff, is when you kind of when the game is kind of all done before you even start. Say for example, it's you've got you're playing against the Rangers of the Thillion or something at 500-600 points, and your army hasn't got a march or something like that. I know that's a sort of a weakness that you shouldn't have, but when it becomes down to something as simple as that, and just saying, well, I guess that's the game over then, because there's very little I can do to counter it. That's when it becomes not fun. I totally agree. I hope it doesn't become like that. But also, I suppose there's lots of new extra legendary legions and things that have been added in the new books that hopefully add that extra variety that I hope maybe will mean that people move away from stuff, even just because of boredom.
We're actually sitting on an episode of the Green Dragon at the moment. We're going to be talking about the Quest of the Ring Bearer and what we love and hate about that book. And I'm going to basically come out and say it. We have some controversial opinions. And
it would be the Green Dragon without it.
Absolutely love. Like there are a couple of things in that book where I go, this is a pinnacle Lord of the Rings. This stuff is beautiful that they've done with this particular part, and then there's other parts where it's the exact opposite. So I look forward to kind of getting that finally released out for everyone, so that they can kind of see what we think of the new stuff.
Because I know I think Jeremy or someone posted out on the Green Dragon page saying, "What do you think? What do you think we should just wait a bit, get our thoughts together about all this, or do you think we should wait a bit and get our gather our thoughts, and before you kind of take those instant reactions. So I'm intrigued at what I'd imagine. Have you been playing with those lists, or is it mostly Theory Hammer at the moment?
We have been absolutely diving into that book so much. Like, I was going to take Shagrat, Shelob, and Gorbag to minimize, and then realized it wasn't going to work points wise. It was just too complicated. But I have been playing games with it. I've been playing games with all the legendary legions. We've been playing through the scenarios, and just some of the stuff that they've got in the book is really interesting to kind of really delve into, because it shows so much promise of what the game can be and what it can get to. But at the same time, there are a couple of warning signals that we're also kind of experiencing a bit. I won't jump in too much with it. We haven't quite.
Well, give us a tease. What?
Yeah, probably about halfway through the book of really kind of delving in and understanding the new stuff. Okay. Yeah, we look forward to putting that out there for everyone.
Oh, go on, give us a tease. What sort of thing? Just give us a headline. What is it? What's the sort of thing that you're thinking at the moment?
All right, I'm going to say one really positive thing and one really kind of controversial, sort of negative thing. I think the Black Riders Legendary Legion was not well thought out.
Mm-hmm.
And I also think that the addition of Ugluk Scouts, Lurtz Scouts, and the Shelob Legendary Legion are absolutely perfect. They're exactly how you would write a Legendary Legion. And they are perfect examples of how you should incorporate special rules into a Legendary Legion.
Interesting. The Black Riders one has definitely proven controversial here as well. There's been a lot of people saying that it's likely to be a pretty negative play experience. But I'm intrigued to hear your full opinion when the Green Dragon review of it all comes out. And I'm sure we can tease Jeremy with that later. He might even reveal a bit more than you already have, because he's coming on later on at 10 o'clock my time-ish.
9 o'clock
yeah, so it's a good few hours yet. So, no, it's 9 o'clock our time. So actually, it's only in 2 and a bit hours. So Jeremy will be here and we'll be talking all about that. But in the meantime, Kylie, thank you very much for joining me for such a lengthy chat into the wee hours of the morning. Yeah. It's nearly 7 a.m. Over here in the UK.
I've been the sun coming in too on the back wall there.
I don't think it, no, it's still pitch black out there. Maybe I've just moved my light or something like that. That's what I'll do. That just makes me feel happier. So thank you very much, Kylie. I'm going to have to end this stream because otherwise it will stop right before the end. So I'm going to end the stream in a few minutes' time and start another one. So if you're watching, and I know there's a fair few of you gathered in the thing, I'll be putting a link below this one to the new one once the new one starts. But in the meantime, Kylie, thank you very much for coming in, talking SBG. It's an absolute pleasure. I always love hearing your perspective and your insights thank you. Well, thank you. And a few people just commenting things like keep on going, Harry, and all that sort of stuff. Get going strong. Luke Churches says
you got this. You passed the kind of hard bit because you start getting that second wind now. As you start to get towards the end, I reckon the last kind of like 3 to 4 hours of a 24-hour kind of stint.
Yeah,
I reckon it's the easy part because you're used to the fatigue.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think I'm definitely tired. I've been sagging a little bit. My face is sagging, but it's going all right. It's going all right. I think I'll manage. I'll survive. Big Clipper.
I do have one last thing I need to do. David will get real cross with me if I don't. But he has this safe passenger award for attending Minimise. Gives these out to everyone that goes out of state. So I'll get that to you at some point, either in person, maybe at another international tournament, or we'll post it over or something.
Oh well, just hold that up with the camera again, and I'll just I'll screenshot it. Hold on, let me just. In fact, I'll make you nice and big. Let me just take me out of the screen.
It's a daggy thing that that David does for people who travel to a tournament, and we're using travel very, very, very loosely in this case.
That I'll be doing. So thank you very much, Kylie. Got the screenshot. I got the safe passenger. That's awesome. And Kylie, thanks very much for the grudge match as well, for taking on my Isildur and improving on it by suggesting drop the captain. So Kylie, thank you very much. Feel free to, by the way, to drop back in before the end if you're around, because it'll be great to have some people back who were in earlier on in the stream.
I will definitely be lurking around for the remainder of the stream. Now I've got some other things I need to do around the house, but yes, I would definitely be
lurk away.
An opinion as we go.
Excellent. Right, Kylie, thank you very much, and farewell. Hopefully we'll speak very, very soon.
Yeah.
Excellent. Right. So Kylie, what an appearance. This is ace. We've got some goodbyes from Minus Italy, says have a good day, hope to be able to attend again soon. Matt K says morning. Matt's getting up. This is good. It's early. Matt is up and ready to go. So yes, coming up soon, beard clipper. This is Andrew Cox. He's going to be in the live stream. So what I'm going to do, I'll be ending this stream very shortly, and then I'll be putting a comment with the new one to start the next one, because otherwise the stream will cut off just slightly before the end of the stream. So I'll end that, put it in here, and then we'll go. But just briefly, I will just have a look at the how things are going on the old donation front. We've gotten through the evening now, so just let me know if you're around. Please do consider donating to a fantastic cause. Just use the QR code up here. It's supporting people struggling with everything that's been going on this year. Food banks that have been overwhelmed with sort of demand, really, double the demand they usually expect. So here's where we're going to so far. Look, we've got £1,051. So it's creeping up even in the small hours of the morning. Matt has donated in the last few minutes, so very, very amazing effort. I mean, I've seen some incredibly generous donations. Everyone seems to be really, really getting on board with the idea here. So thank you very much for that. The comments in the below as well for the donation point, and the schedule is also below in the links as well. So let's end the broadcast. I'll play the little video to see us out, and then we'll end the broadcast, and I'll pick up with a new stream in the comments temporarily very, very soon. So don't go anywhere. Entmoot Live will be into the final stretch very, very soon.
I mean, first of all, it's been very busy. We've increased by 108%. Since March, we've given out 52 tons of food. A lot more people have had to go on benefits this year. Universal credit, the numbers have increased so much, but that's because people haven't got jobs anymore. We had a mother come in after not eating herself and mashing her last potato for her 6-month daughter, and she came into the food bank because that was her level of desperation. It just makes me want to cry. But I'm happy that she came. I'm happy that she was helped, and we've been able to support her further and connect her in with lots of different places that can help her further. So I'm pleased that we were able to be there for her. And but the fact that she was in that position in the first place is just absolutely heartbreaking.